I said, day in, day out, whatever the accommodations are, tall chairs, low chairs, no mics, hand mics, over the ear mics, they got you covered, and I appreciate them. So we definitely want to thank them. I hope everyone out there is having a great time. I see a lot of you have coffee and drinks in your hands, so you're enjoying your time here at NADA. I do want to encourage you, as I've done throughout the day, to make sure that you download the NADA app. I just had a chance actually to utilize it. I had a gentleman that was looking to find Brad and where he was going to be at, and we found out that he was over in North Hall and was able to even map him to the location. So again, download the app. Make sure you utilize it. It's a great tool that we put together for you every year, and so we encourage that you take advantage of it and enjoy it. Now, also, don't forget the NADA Pavilion is open and ready for you. So if you have questions about any NADA content, 20 groups, anything along those lines that you might have heard here on Live Stage, you can definitely visit us in the pavilion. You can't miss it. It's right in the show floor, and so make sure that you visit. We are standing by to answer your questions and be able to add the help that you need. I also want to thank, again, Myra and the panel. Great information, great roundtable, and we're going to continue to keep our Live Stage programming going. Next up, we're going to talk about key state policy issues. And to help lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up Lauren Bailey, who is the Director of Franchising and State Law with NADA. Lauren, are you ready? There she is. It's already here for you. Enjoy. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out here today. I want to thank all of our participants, all our fellow state association members who are here. As you know, our strength of our dealers in the states are due to our great state dealer associations, and I have three of the best on a panel today to talk about state policy issues. The first one who's going to come up here is Doug Smith from the Missouri Auto Dealers Association. That's right, that's right. The next great association executive we have is Christine Vinatieri Erickson from South Dakota Automobile Dealers Association. And last but certainly not least, we have Ted Smith from Florida Auto Dealers Association. It seems like we have a rowdy crowd here today. So I want to thank you all for being here today. I'm going to start with Doug, and we're going to talk about how, dealers usually have great relationship with their policymakers at the state level, and that's really a strength of the State Dealers Association. The Missouri legislature is now overwhelmingly conservative, and more than just conservative, they're free market believers. How do you make the case for franchise law in a legislature that would consider that to be market regulation?
Great question. In order for me to kind of expand on where we are now, I kind of have to go back into the past and where we were. I had recently come back to the auto industry in 2013, and my board, during the interview process said, we have a problem with direct sales potentially. That was really kind of an understatement. There's a car maker in California who sells direct who had really done a masterful job of creating a narrative that auto dealers were not only out of touch with reality, but we were stealing money from our customers, basically. So we had to do a lot of grassroots stuff at the beginning. I can remember a lot of conversations with key legislators. We had probably not done a great job of promoting what we do as an industry in the state. So we really went back to that. I went back to my board about 6 months after all this had started and said, we have a real problem here. We have a real perception problem here. And everybody was kind of like, well, how do we fix it? We hired some consultants to help us with it, and we really went back to the grassroots level of stuff. Having dealers contact our local legislators, having dealers at the Capitol. We came up with a lot of stuff that talked about how dealers are involved in their communities. Most of our membership is 80 to 85% family-owned generational businesses. They've been around for decades. Probably got 40% of my guys have been in business for 75 years or more. The other 60% or so, maybe even 50 years. So these are family-owned, multi-generational people that have set up shop in these communities and been part of these communities. So So we did that, and that was having an impact. And then we really went to the economics of it. What is the economic impact of an auto dealer in your individual state? And when we started doing that, well, that's when the light bulbs kind of went on to the people that we were talking to. We had 22,000 direct employees. We got 385 dealers in the state, new car dealers in the state of Missouri. 99% of them are members of our association. When they saw the economic footprint and the economic impact our industry had on the state's economy, particularly like payroll tax, when they saw that payroll tax number, it really, you could see their face kind of light up, and like, I had no idea. So we really hammered that. I won't say hammer. We just kind of pushed and kept pushing on that, and made that our message. And that really had an impact on us being a viable, viewed as a viable, impactful industry in the state on the overall economy. We're a very ag-centric state. We're agricultural environment, manufacturing second, healthcare's third. We fall in that top 7 as far as an industry impact on the state's economy. So that was huge. We also identified people in the legislature that we knew we could take our message to, and they would understand it. They would promote it on the House floor or Senate floor during a debate. We had really good hearings when we tried to keep expanding our message. And the thing we noticed is that when we were having all this success and getting our message across, we also started getting a lot of stuff passed that we had been trying for decades to get passed, because they understood how important it was to our business model. They understood how important it was and to our industry, and there was a direct effect on the state's economy. So I remember having I won't say it was a heated debate with a senator, but it was definitely, it got intense. And he basically told me back in 2013 that your business model is obsolete. And he said, the business model I remember exactly what he said, the business model you represent is obsolete. I said, I don't represent a business model. I represent small business people who have been around this state for hundreds of years, serving their communities and serving the state's economy. And he kind of was taken aback by that response, but it did have an impact on it. So we've come full circle. I think we've created a very nice environment for small business to operate in. We have a very pro-free market red legislature, but also views us as a very important part of the economy.
So talking about our business model, the way people and manufacturers are selling vehicles is evolving. Last session, you guys did a bill to allow some of the direct sellers to remain in the state, but taking the other OEMs to task for having spin-off brands. Can you talk about your legislation from the last session?
Sure. Yeah, we basically modified our laws a little bit. They're pretty strong anyway, but we need to tweak a little bit of our franchise law to prevent a OEM from doing a spin-off brand and saying, well, this is basically the same as that automaker in California. We should have the right to sell direct. It was basically circumventing the law, and we wanted to close that loophole, and we did a pretty good job on it. I remember the hearings that we had. I remember somebody asked me a question, why would a manufacturer want to do this? And I said, well, I think some of these decisions are made, and I love this line. I can't believe I thought of it top of my head. But I said, some of these decisions are made in the best interest of Wall Street, not necessarily Main Street. And I thought that was a pretty good response, and it seemed to have a really good impact.
Great. I'll turn to Christine now. Now, Christine, I promised I would bring this up. The Super Bowl is coming to Las Vegas next week. Do you have any connection to a football player or a Super Bowl?
Well, thank you. Myself, I've been to a handful of those. So my brother played for 24 years with 2 phenomenal teams, being the Colts and the Patriots. Has 4 Super Bowl rings himself, and got to attend all of those. And what an incredible environment. So Las Vegas is going to blow up. It's going to be amazing. So for those of you sticking around, enjoy the time and take in all the sights. It's certainly a good time.
So, Christine, your brother is famous and a great rock star, but you are also a rock star. You have been a public official. You've served in the state government. Is there something you can talk about your public service that maybe dealers would like to know from the other side?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. Oftentimes when I'm in front of others, I like to identify myself as a recovering politician. I served for 10 years, a couple of years in our state house, and then 8 years in our largest city at large on the city council. And so that unique perspective has helped me be able to lobby, also talk to our dealerships about letting them know, obviously, they're the backbone of the communities. They're the Little League baseball sponsors. They're the high school football teams. They have those connections in every single one of those districts, and those relationships matter. Without those relationships, it makes my job that much harder to get across the whole entire state, and I rely on my dealerships to say, hey, we have them coming into our dealership, we'll take some photos, we'll promote it online, just making sure that they are in the dealerships, understanding what's going on in our market and how really, truly our franchise model is being attacked right now.
So in South Dakota, after Ford rolled out their Model E program, South Dakota dealers stepped up and were one of the first dealers to file a protest against this program. Can you talk a little bit about why the dealers decided to protest it, what the EV market is like in South Dakota, and what the status of the protest is going forward?
Sure. So I am only in my job about 2.5 years right now, and so 1 year in, all hell breaks loose, really. I mean, we had major concerns and issues. Our Ford dealers felt, and many of our regular dealers that are not Ford brands, thought that this change was a fundamental change to the existing franchise laws and their agreements. And so they decided to put their names on the line and file protest. And so that's exactly what we did. This is the first time that we've done this in our state. I learned a lot about the process. We're still in that appeal process. And truly why we thought it was so important and why these dealerships thought it was so important is, picture this, we're in Las Vegas right now, huge city, population's huge. There was no scalability to that program at all. So my Ford dealer in Groton, South Dakota, population 1,400. How long is it going to take him to recoup that investment that Las Vegas has a different market, a different group? And so we had a real problem with that. And let's be honest, we're not early adopters in South Dakota. My kids didn't have school 3 or 4 days in the last 2 weeks because it was negative 40. So that makes it very challenging to charge these vehicles and get the drive range that is being talked about. The other thing that is really, really important is when we decided to move forward with this protest, this is when Ford had said that they're going 100% EV by said date. That has pivoted, and we've seen that change. And in South Dakota, that's important for us to recognize because we're just not early adopters. We don't have the infrastructure there. And frankly, we are selling some, but we're probably one of the lowest markets for EV adoption. And so for those reasons, we wanted to make sure that our dealerships could sell all products and that it was scalable. We're still in the appeal process. We should know something within the next 5-6 months, I would say. So stay tuned to that. South Dakota's paving the way and hopefully making some good change for all states when it comes to the franchise system.
And Christine, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that NADA has supported your protest, and we support the small dealers who are trying to enforce their franchise laws.
That is correct, and we're super grateful for that. We had 9 Ford dealerships that banded together, and that support is absolutely critical for a small state like South Dakota when we only have 87 rooftops in our entire state. And so for that help, we wouldn't have been able to move along in the process. And so that's why these memberships matter to NADA and why it matters to belong to your state associations.
Thank you. So, Ted. Hi. The first question I'd like to ask you, and I'd like you to address the audience, who's the better pickleball player, me or you?
Let me see. Could it be you?
I think it could be.
It could be. You introduced me to the game.
I did.
That was awesome.
By beating you.
Is that what happened?
That is what happened, yes.
Okay, that's what happened. But then you got me involved, and now I'm ready for you.
Okay, we'll do
You
it.
chickened out yesterday. You canceled
No, that's
our
not
match.
true. We're not going to lie up here. So, Ted, what is the one thing you'd like to say to the dealers out here about how they could get involved in their state association and why it's so important to do that?
Well, I just want to thank you if you're a dealer listening to this today, either here or online. It's so important that you be involved in your association. I've never really had a real job. I've always worked in the association business. And it's so fantastic when our members get involved. And we watch them join our association and then join our board of directors, and they say things to me like, Ted, I had no idea all the things that this association does for its membership, and they get really excited about it, and they really become active and engaged in what we do, which helps us in the legislature and with the media and with all of the publics we deal with.
And how have you been so successful as a lobbyist in Florida?
Well, I haven't been successful. Our team has been successful, and we've put together, I think we've really leaned into our dealer members. We started doing line make meetings by phone when we heard dealers complaining. And here's the great news. Those active members, they call me when they have a problem. I get lots of calls. I have 900 dealers in Florida. I get lots of calls. I've got big, small, medium. And so we learn about problems. We then have line make meetings. We sit down and discuss strategies. We develop those strategies and decide over a 2-year period what we're going to do in the legislature. So it takes great effort, great communication with our member, a great lobby team. I've got 3 fantastic law firms that I deal with in Florida that help us navigate all the statutory constructs that we work in. And then there's one other item that kind of helps us be successful. You have to have involvement financially. You have to have dealers who are willing to invest in helping local members get elected. We want to help pro-business people become members of our legislature because pro-business people make great legislators. We're able to educate them about our industries. So it isn't about, you're never doing anything with money other than assisting good people in their attempts to be elected. That's what it's really about. So we need every member to do that. We've been really fortunate in Florida to get a lot of help from our members there.
So just to clarify, when you're talking about financially supporting candidates, we're talking about giving to the FADA PAC.
That's correct.
And what is the status of the FADA PAC?
You want me to talk dollars?
Go ahead. You got dollars
Seriously?
in your pocket.
Well, I mean, there was a time when we would spend $150,000 in a legislative session. That was many years ago. Today it's about $1 million a year proposition to be able to do the things in the legislature that we do, just to be able to have access and to talk to folks and to be supportive in general for our leadership and various members that we're supporting in the House and Senate.
Great. So last year in the Florida legislature, you did a pretty big franchise bill. And just like I was talking about with Doug, these OEM spinoffs are a concern for NADA, for our dealer members. Can you talk about the language that was passed in Florida to kind of clamp down on those spinoff?
Well, we've really been concerned about manufacturers sort of peering over into dealers' functions, dealer sales functions. It starts with reservations, and then it's all about, it may get into financing, and then are you going to be the ones to tell us what products that we should offer our customers? So we looked at their entry into the retail side of the business, and we said, hang on, there's some things that are dealer sales functions. So we strengthened our dealer definitions, our functional definitions in Florida, and we also attacked the ownership thing. In Florida, you could never own a store, you know, if you're a manufacturer. But we were very concerned about the VW and Scout situation and what that might mean for the future. So we wanted to shore up our definition. So we basically said that you not only can't own stores, but you can't have a subsidiary wherein you have 30% ownership, and that subsidiary cannot in any way be involved in the car business. You can't have an agency and you can't go direct. So we think that that really helped to solidify that dealers are the right place to be selling cars in Florida. Not just right for dealers, right for our customers. It's the best system in America, and we believe that strongly, and that's what we tell our legislators, and they nodded and agreed, and the bill passed.
And that's right. It's not a dealer protection law. It's a consumer protection law.
Without a doubt.
Absolutely. There were other things in your bill about how you tackled our automakers offering subscriptions, their reservation programs, and downstream revenue for the dealers. Can you talk about that other part of your law that you passed last year?
So everyone's been concerned about what happens when the manufacturer wants to offer products and flip switches after the car has been sold. Oh, you'd like more horsepower? We'll sell you that for $39 a month. Oh, you'd like this or that and all those things. We don't know what that looks like, so it made it very difficult for us to legislate something that we couldn't really define. So we basically just said, well, look, for the 2 years after the car is sold, anything you do to sell a product or an accessory over the air, we should be dialed into the revenue for that. And we negotiated a rate for that, and we may be one of the first states to do that.
Correct,
So.
if not the first. So FADA also filed a protest against the Model E program in Florida. And different from what the protest that was filed in South Dakota, it wasn't the dealers themselves that filed the protest, but it was actually the association who stepped in for the dealers. Can you talk a little bit about why FADA stepped in to file the protest instead of the dealers and what the status is of the protest?
Well, if you're a dealer in the room, would you like to put your name on a lawsuit against your manufacturer? Raise your hand. That won't be any hands. So we talked to our dealers, and they basically said, we believe this is the time to act. We believe that FADA carrying this legislation to the federal court is the way to do it. We said, okay, show us that you will lead this charge and help us do that, and we'll take that initiative. Unfortunately, last week, the case was dismissed in federal court in Florida. So we sued in federal court, and we made a bunch of claims about Ford's program violating Florida law, and the federal judge said, you have standing constitutionally, but you don't have standing within the statute. You're not a dealer, so you can't say that FADA has been harmed by the lack of appropriate allocation under this Ford system. So your case is bye-bye. They dismissed the case. So obviously we're very disappointed. But it gets to the root issue in every state in America. What good does it do to work really hard to pass franchise laws and to have all of your dealers involved in that and putting assets into that, and then you can't enforce the very laws that have been passed? So we're focused on that, as are a lot of states, and a lot of my colleagues in this audience are really focused on the enforcement issue. It doesn't do any good to have franchise laws if someone can't ensure that dealers are protected and that those laws are enforced. Does that make sense?
That's absolutely correct. The franchise laws are not self-executing. They have to have someone to bring the protest and come before the adjudicator and say there's a problem.
Someone other than the dealer that doesn't want to put their neck out. And I understand that. But I don't understand it like you that are dealers understand it. You have the skin in the game, and you have the next move with your manufacturer where you might need them. There are all really good reasons why dealers are reluctant to do that. I'm hoping our association, our options now are to appeal that case or go back to the legislature and try to convince the members of our Florida legislature that FADA should have standing. I guarantee you we're going to do that, and we're going to develop strategy for that, and we're going to do everything we need to do to get that passed in 2025.
Great. So we just have a couple minutes left, and I'd like to go back to our panelists to talk a little bit about the EV market in the state. So in Missouri, what's the state of EVs? I mean, how are the dealers going to be affected by the new EPA rules, or what's going on in Missouri with electric vehicles?
Well, it's a small market. Like I said, we love our trucks and our SUVs. It's a rural state. You have Metro St. Louis, Metro Kansas City. The rest of the state is fairly rural and ag-centric. So, cattle haulers, big trailers, ag-like utility vehicles are what sells in our state. We do have a small but growing EV marketplace, and that's, we're identified as one of the more progressive states when it comes to EV adoption, and we really haven't done anything special. We have promoted it. We've really more promoted choice than anything. The EV has to be right for the consumer, and if it's not right for the consumer's not going to buy it. And that has worked. I mean, we've seen small percentage incremental growth over the last 10 years that I am frankly surprised by, because most of the folks I know don't drive an EV, but and it's not even a consideration. But it is growing. Where it goes from here, I don't know. I think dealer incentive, government incentives, I think you can only do those for so long. I think that's at a tipping point, and which direction the industry goes. But we have seen slow, steady growth.
So, and Christine, you talked about this a little bit, but with the consumer choice that the consumers demand, what are EVs like in South Dakota? What's your EV market like?
So I live in the largest city, which is only 180,000 people. The next city that is the next largest is 5 hours across the state which is about 95,000, 90,000 in that range. And so we're very different. We're very much like Doug's state, where we're very rural. We've got a lot of ag, and range anxiety for South Dakotans is real. It is real. It is cold. And so that certainly is an issue. Now, is there a market for EVs in South Dakota? Absolutely. There absolutely is. And we've seen some early adopters. But we've also seen that those adopters that were early are about plateaued, and that's where we sit. A little bit earlier I told you that I served in politics for 10 years. A funny story that happened when I was serving on the city council was our city put in charging stations in 5 or 6 different places throughout Sioux Falls. They weren't used, so they ripped them out. That's real. Now, we're back at the table, and in this role, we're sitting down talking again, where does it make sense, and whose responsibility is it to have those EV chargers? I would argue, I don't believe that it's the dealership's responsibility to create the infrastructure throughout the United States and beyond, but whose responsibility is that? And in a rural state, we obviously need those charging stations to get from A to B. We haul a lot of stuff, whether it's boats, campers, trailers, things of that nature. That also creates some range anxiety also, because you don't have the ability to move like you should. So we're seeing some adoption. I think that what the consumer wants is what the dealerships provide, right? It's consumer choice. And the consumers truly dictate the market, not the government.
Absolutely. No, there's no one-size-fits-all for EV adoption across the country. And Ted, do you want to talk about the EV market in Florida? You don't have the cold that Christine has, but do you have some heat down there?
Well, I'm happy to say I see my chairman in the back of the room, and he's one of the biggest EV vehicle sellers in Florida, in St. Pete, Florida. He does a wonderful job. Look, the issue with EVs is it's just another car, right? And it's a car that we ought to be selling as dealers. So that's issue number one. Issue number two is the consumer should get to choose, not the federal government telling us through mandates what vehicles should be purchased by consumers. I want to give a shout out to Toyota. We had some meetings in our state house with Toyota recently. The Toyota execs came in. One of my very best dealers worked with them. They stood in front of a committee. It's maybe the best hearing in a legislative hearing in Tallahassee I've seen in 22 years, of speaking the truth about EVs, where they are, what the future looks like, and let's slow it down and let the consumer decide what's available, because people want to have choice. We're going to limit choice if we stay on this track.
Absolutely. And I just want to thank all my panelists. Truly, they are some of the best state association executives in the country, and they are absolute rock stars. And I also want to thank all of you for coming, everyone who's watching on the live stream, including my mom. So hi, Mom.
Hi, Mom.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming, guys. Let's give a round of applause to our panel.
So, can I share something that I learned with you, with everyone? Is that good? Did you know that if you're a dad, you can make a joke out of literally anything? Did you know that, sir? You knew that. That's good. For instance, would you guys like to hear a joke about this piece of paper? No, never mind. It's terrible. See what I did there? See? You got, see, a little late. But no, but seriously, though, another thing that I'll tell you that it's really, if you're not a dad, you can't make dad jokes. It's a faux pas. See? Yeah. Like that one? Like you can take that one with you for free. All right, so we're having fun, as you can tell, at NADA Live. That's what it's all about, being comfortable, having fun, enjoying ourselves. And I like to do a crowd temperature check. So let me ask this question. How many self-described cowboys or cowgirls do I have out there? Raise your hand. Keep pointing them out. Okay. All right, couple. All right, good. And what about Boy Scouts and I don't know, what are Girl Scouts called? Girl Scouts. Yeah, there we go. Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. Who's in that category? Okay, all right, good to know. All right. Well, our next session is going to talk a little bit about both of those roles. So we're going to hear from Informative coming up next to the stage, and they're going to talk a little bit about making that transition for those cowboys out there to maybe be a little bit more like those Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that we just talked about. So let's tune in.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tammy Richter, and I'm with Informative. We are a lead generation, leading credit and compliance lead enrichment technology company, Credit Bureau Connection, Dealer Safeguard Solutions, and Credit Driver. We launched our new platform last year at NADA, but we've been working with dealers for decades, bringing all of our platforms together into one. So the thing about our platform is different is we are the only proactive credit and compliance company from lead to sale. I talk with my hands, so we gotta be careful here. I've been with Informative for 5 years, and I've played in different roles, implementations, I've done compliance reviews, sales, and customer retention. So what I'd like to do is introduce our guest today. So Jesse, if you would tell us, you're with Parks Automotive Group, and how many locations where you guys are located, how many rooftops, and what your responsibilities are.
Thank you, Tammy. So we are Parks Automotive Group. We're based out of, we're based out of Charlotte, North Carolina. We do have some stores in South Carolina as well, in Virginia. We have 11 stores, 14 brands, mostly domestic, with some luxury brands in there as well, but mostly out of the Carolinas.
Very nice, great. And Chris, you are with Nelson Auto Group. If you could tell us also where you guys are located and how many rooftops and your responsibilities.
We are Nielsen Automotive Group. We are out of New Jersey. We are a total of 12 rooftops, mostly domestic, but we have some foreign as well. And at the dealership, I oversee a couple of our stores, our Hyundai store and our Kia store.
Okay, great, thank you. Jimmy, welcome. Likewise for you with Pohanka Automotive Group. And how many rooftops do you have? What your role is with the company?
My name's Jimmy Robinson. I'm the CFO for Pohanka Automotive Group. Our chairman is the outgoing chairman, Jeff Pohanka of NADA. We have 21 stores. We're based out of Northern Virginia, the Washington, D.C. area, Maryland, and one in Houston, Texas.
Great. And we have Doug. Doug, you founded Dealer Safeguard.
There you go.
I founded Dealer Safeguard Solutions in 2009 to solve a pretty general problem across the industry, which is the disconnect between what dealers want, which is sell more cars, make more money, and save more money, take care of customers, and what the FTC mandates, which is lots of compliance laws. And in 2009, it was 2 pages. In June of this year, it grew to 145 pages. And in spite of training, in spite of compliance audits, the disconnect still exists today. And we built a platform to eliminate that gap. I'll start with the first question because we've been around since 2009. All of these organizations were in existence long before they contracted to do business with us. So I'd like to ask each of the panelists if they could share their experiences because they had compliance programs and training and audits before we arrived, and just kind of do a before and after comparison on before Informative got in, what was the world of compliance like and what's it like today?
For us, there's been a lot more awareness around compliance and fraud. Obviously, in the past 2 years, it's become a very known problem for the dealers. So we really didn't have a lot of, I would say, safety measures in place to prevent fraud, and at the same time to make sure that our sales team were properly doing steps to the sale, but that we're following within compliance. So prior to teaming up with Informative, we really didn't have a solid process in place. But since utilizing the tool, the resources, the team, the services, there's been a lot more improvement with our compliance piece and a lot more awareness.
Really having those guardrails in place to enforce those procedures.
Well, at the end of the day, it's all about accountability. So there's a lot of accountability, making sure that we do things right and protect our customers' information as well.
Great. Yeah. Great. And Chris?
Our group has always been big on compliance. Our dealer principal sits on the board for NJ Car, which oversees compliance and how we do business, but it could always be inconsistent, and that was something that we had issues with in the past. We would do everything that we knew we could do, but we didn't have those things that could, the extra safety net to help make sure that we were doing things properly. And then since we've implemented our employees, we have a seamless process. They come in, they're trained, this is how we do everything, it's paperless. We don't have any inconsistencies anymore, and business just goes very well. And also with several stores, we can take an employee from one store, move them to the other store, and it's a seamless transition.
Perfect.
I'd like to add to that. Since implementing Informative, it's actually helping improve the amount of time the customers are at the store, because it's helped our sales process. Because now our sales team is trained, and they're using the tool to make sure that we have all the right information prior to walking up to the desk and getting figures. But it also helps with, when you scan the driver license, we get a lot of that information right off the bat.
Right up front.
Yeah.
Great. So having that enforced compliance in place that you have to have has not slowed your process, it's actually speeded up the process. Great. Jimmy?
And from the CFO standpoint, of course, I'm the guy that's always over the compliance. The consistency is what we're all striving for. We all want to get better. We all want to be consistent. The software has helped us tremendously with that, which streamlines funding, streamlines deal costing, everything in accounting. It also helps when you're consistent on, I'm over insurance, I'm over, risk management, all of that, the audits, external and internal audits. So it's brought a consistency to a deal package. It's complete. It's really saved us a lot of time and money.
So I think everybody in this room understands when the world changed with the pandemic and the transactions became much more extended and virtual than they were before, right? So simple things like how we collected paperwork when the consumer was in the showroom every time, to how we gather information from the customer that's no longer in front of us. So I'd like to ask the crew, what have you seen as an impact as far as collecting things like STIPs, validating driver's licenses remotely, and how's that done in a secure way today versus how it might have been done previously?
Well, for us, it's, you really don't realize how many fraud issues you have until you have a technology in place. We like to think that we do our best to prevent that kind of information, but there's so much activity these days that it's overwhelming to the dealers that we're just not that smart to figure out these kind of frauds that are happening.
So our software helps you
So the
there,
software
right?
helps. I mean, just 2 weeks ago, we had a customer walk in the dealership, had a driver license, and to us, it was a perfect driver license. There's no way. I mean, you can never tell that it was a fake ID or a fake driver license. But luckily for us, we ran it through the informative, scanned it, and everything on the driver license was accurate. Okay, driver license number, date of birth, address, his blood type, you name it. And the only thing that was wrong with that was the picture. It wasn't him. So it kind of helped us not deliver a demon.
Right, right.
Which, we all know what kind of money that
Right.
car brings. But just having that fraud protection is bringing a lot more accountability, making sure that we deliver cars.
Helps you sleep a little better at
Yeah,
night,
it does.
right?
Absolutely.
Right. And Chris, with you?
Jesse pretty much covered everything, but having the ability to scan a license and know right up front if there's going to be any kind of issue, it's changed the way that we can do business. I can be at one store, know one of my salesmen scanned in a bad driver's license, and we can stop it right there. And, sometimes it's an expired driver's license and they have their other one, so it's good to have that extra net.
Absolutely. And with the three groups here having multiple locations, we have that built-in feature where if they scan a fraud license at your store, it's not only going to notify you and your managers, it can notify the other 10, 11 rooftops, so everybody's aware.
We actually use that consistently.
Very good.
Aside from being a compliance tool, it also helps streamline a lot of our sales process when you have multiple rooftops, because it's, the road to the sale is always going to be the same. The salesperson knows that regardless of what store you're at, what location you're at, that you've got to follow the process to make sure that we're checking compliance and we're checking the fraud. But for anybody that has multiple rooftop, it also helps with streamlining a lot of your processes across the organization.
So Jimmy, you with your locations and that topic?
So I've been at Pohanka for 5 years. So I kind of cheated when I got there because I'd used DSGSS where I came from before, where we had 47 locations. So, I knew the value of it, both from, not that you ever waste time working a car deal, but if you know up front that you've got a problem, it streamlines everybody's efficiency within the store. Also, everybody's got a cell phone, everybody's got computers, everybody's got, if you're having to collect steps from a subprime customer, where are those documents going before this software? Is it going to your salesperson's personal cell phone? Is it going to their personal email where you can't have any kind of accountability over those items? Now with the software, they can directly upload into there. You have control of it. You can safeguard those items. It's just really a deal maker. Also, the first store we put it in Texas a few years ago, we had 6 fraudulent car sales, based upon fake IDs before we put the software in. We wasted a lot of time and money chasing the car, doing damage control, working with insurance, which is painful, on claims. We put it in, the next 12 months we had 0. So, it really makes a difference in the efficiency of the store.
Right. Yeah. So the 5,000 plus fake IDs we've had?
Yeah, we did an analysis at the end of 23 just to see what kind of momentum there was with fraud. And I'd love to say we have 17,000 dealers as clients, but we don't, maybe a couple thousand. But in 2023, we processed and caught just over 5,000 fake identities with our client base, which, pick a number, $30,000 a car, but that's $150 million in potential financial pain, not to talk about what Jimmy just mentioned, which is all the brain damage trying to get those cars back. So, and as Tammy said, it does in a very proactive way. It notifies the stakeholders that you want to be notified in the dealership immediately that you've either in store or remotely collected a fake ID. so that you can prohibit that up front rather than chase it down after the fact.
Right, right. So another topic we're going to talk about is soft pulls. They have a lot of benefit to cutting your compliance risk because you have less private information that you're getting from the customer up front, which reduces you as a dealer, your compliance obligations. I know your store at Parks, you guys are utilizing the soft pulls. So do you want to expand upon that?
Yeah, a couple things about that is from a expense perspective, which is the biggest one,
Right.
why we are using Informative. You know, sales managers typically have, in most cases, will take the path of least resistance and just pull all 3 credit bureaus.
Click, click, click.
And it's easy at a click of a button to have hard inquiries on the customer. That's and we know that the expense that comes with hard pulls. With Informative, what is really created a culture where we have to use the soft credit, right?
Right, because we have those guardrails in place
Yes.
where they pull the soft pull first. When they have a deal, then they pull the hard pull.
Right. So what happens is the sales managers become more efficient with understanding the credit bureau, but most importantly, utilizing the relationships that they have with the lenders to know where they're going to submit that deal prior to having a hard pull on the customer.
Right.
Which at the same time, on the other hand, by limiting the amount of hard pulls that you have, from a CFO perspective, who's constantly looking at invoices and expenses on a monthly basis, it's significantly an expense reduction. And I'll give you an estimate. When we switched over to Informative from our previous vendor, this year we estimate that we'll save about $200,000 in savings just from not utilizing the hard pulls.
Right. I remember doing
Yeah.
that cost analysis.
Yes, and it's true, and that's a fact. So
Yes, yes. So, Doug, do you want to expand upon a little bit more here on some of the frictions?
Sure. So, the one side of the equation is what was just discussed, which is the financial impact on the dealer. The other side of the equation, when you think about getting more customers to say yes and improving that process, is a pre-qual is less friction with the customer. I'm not asking for their social until much later in the process. I get the same information back. I reduce some of my compliance obligations because I'm not collecting that private information as early in the showroom as I did with the 30-year model that we used before that. I also don't have to generate those risk-based pricing letters until I do a hard pull. So there's a win for the consumer. It lowers the bar. It gives the dealer a competitive advantage because I can now talk to a consumer and say, hey, unlike the other 5 dealers you may have visited before you came here that ran your credit today, we're not going to do a hard pull. We're going to protect your credit when you're ready to say yes. So we're going to do a pre-qual. We're going to relieve that friction, streamline the process, make it faster at the desk, and still get all the same accomplishments done before we get to the finish line in a much, much more efficient manner.
I'll point out one thing to that is on the soft pulls, oftentimes the dealer thinks of the old school. With a soft pull, they would get very limited information, and our soft pulls literally match the hard pull. So whatever model you want, V8, V9, we're going to set it up, and you're going to see it up front on the soft pull, and it's going to match on the hard pull. So now let's talk about training. So training is temporary. We have some turnover every now and again, right, in the dealership? So, Doug, you've been doing this for more than a decade, as we know, training people. What do you see the ongoing challenges with that?
Well, it's the same challenges that existed in 2009 when I started the company, which is we've all made the investment in time, people, training, systems to try and create that consistent environment. But we have turnover, we have temptation, we have training. Turnover is a fact of life. We all deal with it, right? And at the end of the day, it comes down to policy evaporation. The further away we get from that event, that training, that compliance review, the further away we get from those consistencies, which creates that gap that I talked about at the beginning. And, dealers have been fighting it for 15, 20 years. The bad news is when it started, the guidelines were 2 pages. The worst news is now they're 145 pages. And they call out very specific obligations around physical, administrative, and technical requirements that we have, that we're supposed to do. People, processes, platform, policies. And the one thing that I can't vision in my brain in a showroom is consistency. Every showroom is different on a Monday morning than it is on a Saturday afternoon. It's different at the beginning of the month than it is at the end of the month. And we've invested in technology for things like key machines and, you know, to manage a $350 key fob because we can't get a salesperson to bring it back and put it where they got it. Right. You know, we've got 100+ pages of obligations we're allowing our salespeople, our desk managers, and our F&I folks to do. And there's been very little investment in the glue to hold it all together, which is what, you know, these dealers have luckily taken advantage of, and we're happy to have them as customers.
All right. So Chris, with your store, Nielsen Auto Group, how is your process on the training? And
so we have a unified process for everything. We do process manuals, so a new employee comes, regardless of their position, we have it, here's everything, here's how you do your role. And, you know, we've now put your platform into our process manual, so we train from day one. I lean on my veterans who do it every day to show the new people how to do it, make sure they have the software on their phone, and so it's a seamless transition at all of our stores.
And if a salesperson gives you any pushback on your process, how do you
free to
handle
leave.
that? They're free to leave. Okay, good. All right, I like that. And Jesse, with you?
Very similar to what he had just mentioned. I mean, the accountability with compliance, there just can't be any shortcuts. It just, when there's shortcuts, you put the dealer in a very vulnerable position, which we don't want to be in. So, the training piece is always vital, and this has to be done consistent. But then as far as the expectations and making sure that the process is being followed, that's up to the management team too.
Right. Jimmy, you want to add anything?
Yeah, he just said the key word. With consistency comes, there's expectations, and that makes your dealership run smoother. If the sales associate understands the expectations that are put on them, and the desk has the same expectations, then the customer experience should be better. It's very clear, and this, the software helps promote that level of confidence in everybody.
Right. All right. So we have a little extra time. So Doug, do you want to expand upon a few other items and maybe ask some more questions back and forth?
My 2 cents would probably be, regardless of whether you believe it or not, obviously compliance is not going away. The latest, thing we'd hit with is the CARS rule. So the deck's not stacked in our favor. What excites me the most about the space is when you have clients like this that make the commitment, whether it's with our platform or some other way to do it, we all need to make the commitment to make sure that we have a process in place that's defensible, consistent. We can stand up if we're getting a problem. And if you can put the guardrails up to keep your sales team on the field in bounds, you eliminate 95% of the problems before they happen, which puts you, the dealer, in a much more defensible position if you get caught on the carpet. It's much easier to say, we have a bad Apple employee or not a bad Orchard dealership if I can demonstrate some of those things.
Perfect. So that's that being proactive versus reactive, right? All of the things that we discussed that are enforceable, guardrails put in place, people can't step out of bounds. And if they want to try to step out, they aren't going to work there, right? Right. Okay. So thank you, everyone, for joining the panel. I appreciate it. Jesse, Chris, Jimmy, and Doug, thank you very much. I think that's it. Anybody want to add anything? Yes, ma'am. Dead deals. How do you handle your dead deals? Do you have to go find them in a big stack of boxes, or where are your dead deals? In your digital deal jacket? Stored for forensics? With everything there, and they're housed there indefinitely, basically.
I'll say one more thing about informative. We've got audits that we have a partnership with GVO3, and they do dealer audits, compliance, HR, red flags. Since putting all this awareness around compliance and the training with informative and implementing the process and the tools, our audit grade was in the 50s. In the past 60, 90 days, they're outstanding.
Nice. So outstanding
it's made a big
is
difference.
Nice.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions while we're here? Anybody else? We do have a booth here, booth 4721 in the West Wing. We would love to have you come over. We will walk you through the demo, let you see, touch, feel the product. And thank you for joining, everybody. Thank you.
It's 1, 2. There he is. There he is. Everybody was looking like I can hear him because I'm up front. Some great information there coming from Informative. Don't forget that if you like to find them or get more information, download the NADA app if you have not done so already, and that will help you navigate your way to their booth. As they mentioned, they do have a booth here at NADA, so make sure that if you want to find them, that you can go to the app to help map your way there. We're going to continue moving forward, and next up, we're going to talk about the top risk facing auto dealers in 2024. And the subtitle for that is the auto inventory loss, large losses, talent, and more. So that's a lot of good information there. To help us do that and to lead that conversation, I'd like to welcome up to the stage, make sure you give her a big round of applause, Marie Knight. Marie, are you ready? All right, stage is yours. Enjoy.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I would like to bring some great panelists up to join me. If you would please welcome Phil Rasu, Zurich Direct Market Head of Sales. Rob Smith from the Fitzgerald Auto Mall, headquartered in Rockville, Maryland. And Oliver Broadleib from East Hills Auto Group in Greenvale, New York. So have a seat, gentlemen. How are you doing this afternoon? Great.
Good.
So thanks for joining us. Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to attend the Auto Team America Dealer Forum, where I was really happy to hear that the economic outlook for our industry is still pretty positive. That said, there's been some unprecedented change in the world, and there's a lot going on. And dealers are faced with all sorts of adversity and an evolving world that affects the way that you do business every day. So understanding the risks and opportunities and their potential impact on dealers to protecting their bottom line is really important. So we're going to dive a bit deeper into that and chat a little bit about some of the challenges that are top of mind. So there's been a lot of change and challenges in the industry over the past few years. We've come out of the pandemic and we're getting used to a new normal. I believe it's made dealers more adaptable than ever before and able to face the challenges and really create business resilience. So let's talk about some of the things that you're thinking about this year. And Phil, if I could start with you. We're 1 month into 2024. What's top of mind for Zurich? And as you think about helping dealers navigate the risk and maximize profit, what are you really focusing on?
Yeah, thanks, Maria. I really appreciate that question. So, there's risks that carry over from year to year. Some of these risks evolve over time, and new ones emerge. We are constantly in conversation with our dealers on how to navigate these risks. We're in communication with the risks that have emerged and the ones that evolve. Some of these risks do include things like talent and retaining employees. In addition to dealer profits, they're always on our mind. And then when you think about the large loss area, we think about fire losses. We think about climate-related losses, which are happening more and more. Then we think about technology and we think about cyber security. That's on dealer minds right now. In addition to that, we have our large losses of changing in auto inventory, which includes electric vehicles. How are we managing the risk with electric vehicles, with battery storage and so forth? So they're the things that are on top of mind of Zurich right now.
That's a lot to think about. So Rob and Oliver, what's keeping you up at night?
What keeps us up? Well, automotively, every year there's something that keeps us up at night. But as dealers, we're adaptable and we handle it. But going into 24, the things that I think about, interest rates that are a little bit higher than what we've been accustomed to. That has given us a little bit of headwind. Relatively speaking, though, over time, it's really not as high. I mean, I looked back at one of my family videos. My grandfather's probably in the early 80s, was, holding my cousin, and he said, "Look at that, 10%, that'll bring him in." Just to put things in perspective. But that's something that, but there are other issues. Direct sales, that is something as a dealer, I think we should all be on guard. Direct sales does not benefit consumers. It doesn't benefit the economy. It doesn't benefit the communities that dealerships serve. So that's something that I think we should be on guard with as well.
All right, very good. Rob, anything to add to that?
I agree. There's always something keeping us up at night. For us, it's managing the flow of information for our consumers and trying to make sure that the data is correct among all the websites that we have to manage. Consumers can find vehicles anywhere, and we have to make sure that we're presenting the product the best way we can with our manufacturer partners. But it's a challenge to make sure the data is correct. So every day we've got to make sure that we're using the right tools, that the data is correct out there, and there is a lot of pressure on the profitability on the front end today that there wasn't before, and that has to be managed.
For sure.
And then lastly, with the pandemic, one of the tools we had to come up with was how to know if we were getting any better. So we had to develop new ways of reporting to know that things were getting back on track. And so the flow of information internally to our team is much, much better than it was before.
That's great. Well, I think it's important to recognize how well dealers have learned to adapt and not just survive, but actually thrive. And I mean, that's certainly a testament to the dealer community, especially with so much change over the past few years. And one critical component to continued success is talent acquisition and talent retention. So dealers continue to experience workforce shortages in sales and service particularly. In some instances, dealers are overpaying to retain their top talent. So, Oliver, what's been your experience with attracting, hiring, and retaining talent? And not just the talent that you're looking for, but what are you doing to really build career paths for the talent that you already have and that you want to keep on board? Are you finding the right people to work in your stores? And then what are you doing to keep them motivated and engaged?
So a few things. Great question. You take care of your employees. Those are our customers. You take care of them, they're going to take care of the customers. What do we do to retain them? Well, we take care of them. What we also do, I mean, one of the things that I left out when you asked about what keeps us up at night, there's a technician shortage. I would say with getting technicians, it is imperative that you start, getting in front of them. Just by the way, technician shortages last year, I hope my numbers are right, we were short 115,000 technicians in the country. That is up from 64,000 from the year before. So that disparity is growing. That is a major concern that we have, especially in the New York metro market where we're having to compete with the municipalities. So that is something that taking care of your employees, it is so important. What we do is we bring them in from an early age through apprenticeships. We work with them, we train them, and we really build them up from the ground up. And that's really, there's no easy way to do it, but that's the right way.
I would agree. You have to start at the very early ages in high school. We have tour groups of students that come through our dealership and teach them about all the different career paths that they have to choose from in the automobile industry. I mean, it's not just technicians, it's people in HR, it's computer specialists, and of course sales, our favorite. But we need to make sure that the young people know that there are opportunities there they might not find out about by learning, sitting in a classroom and applying to college all the time. So we have created a partnership with our local school systems across the different markets, both in Maryland, in Florida, in Pennsylvania, because we want to be part of the trade schools, we want to be teaching, we want to be engaged. Some of our staff are even on their boards in the school systems to help them know what they need to teach in order to make them career ready when they come out.
Yeah. Well, certainly people are a huge part of the industry and really what keeps it going and can certainly impact the profitability of the dealership as well as the customer experience. So it's good that you're making that a top priority. And I think Zurich has the same approach to talent acquisition and retention. Do you have anything to add to that, Phil?
Yeah, absolutely. And as we look from Zurich as a company, talent and retaining our employees to help the dealer world is vital as well, and making sure that we do the right thing for our employees through massive training programs, clear career path opportunities. And then also in our dealerships, we help out with different programs that help them cultivate talent within their dealerships for their next role. So yeah, definitely top of mind for Zurich as well.
Okay, great, thanks. So shifting gears just a bit, some dealers are starting to see a slight decrease in profitability, including PVR as the result of economic pressure, the higher interest rates that you mentioned, Oliver, and just general vehicle affordability. So, Rob, given you have stores in 3 markets, is this your experience? Are you seeing a little bit of profit compression?
No, we're having record profits right now. No, it's a different world. It's not, nothing's collapsing. It's normalizing.
Yep.
And I've had to argue with some of our some bankers and some other folks about how could you ever predict that you're going to go down? I said, we're not going down. We're getting back to what is normal, but it's still far above where we were in 2019. So we can't go back to 2019 where we're all cutting each other's throats. And I know Andy Koblenz is around here saying, don't say that, Rob. But we need to make sure that we're providing the value for the customer and giving them the best experience, and consumers will pay for that if you're doing your job well.
Yeah, 100% agree. Oliver, what about you?
I'll piggyback on what Rob said. The sky is not falling. We're still doing pretty well, although I think we all have a tendency to look at what we just recently experienced. But I think we all have to look at it relatively and say, okay, we're not doing as well as we did last year. That's okay. That's normal. Business cycles, sort of come and go. But we're certainly doing better than we were pre-COVID. And listen, if you go back, I think you mentioned adaptability. dealers are adaptable. We'll figure it out. Yeah, there's a little bit of compression, but that's, relatively speaking, it's okay.
Very good. Yeah, I think it's more of a normalizing than anything, and it's still pretty optimistic for all of us, which is a good thing. So the dealership landscape has changed over the last couple of years, certainly, and it has a lot to do with how vehicles themselves are being manufactured. Increased use of plastic, composite, and recycled materials in the manufacturing of new vehicles makes them highly combustible, bringing on new fire risks that we never had to think about before. And then we have the EV technology that's completely different. Utilization and storage of lithium batteries and the presence of charging stations on your lots are just a few of the risks that dealers now have to consider. So what have you done to adapt to these types of changes, and how has that impacted your dealership business as a whole?
Well, I'll start by saying we've invested heavily in our EV infrastructure. We've got chargers. We've carved out space for the batteries. In terms of the risks that are associated with it, we're going to take, we're going to take every precaution through training, and we'll look to our OEMs, we'll look to our vendors and our partners, and we will train ourselves to handle it as safely as possible.
I think, making sure the workplace is safe for our associates is certainly paramount, and we've actually partnered a lot with Zurich and made sure we've gotten a lot better at our practices. But electric vehicles bring in entirely new challenges. We can't build facilities that are as large as this to store batteries. So there are programs out there that we're learning about that are emerging that work with the manufacturers of where to store the batteries so that there's no fire. We have body shops that are taking in electric vehicles that have been in a crash. That's an area of concern. And frankly, there's just not enough discussion in the public about how to prevent these fires and what the best way is to deal with them. I know that we've taken a lead role. Mr. Fitzgerald in particular has reached out to some folks, and no one has answers yet. So I think it's important to keep that dialogue going to make sure that our customers are safe, our employees are safe, and that we just do the best we can as consumer preferences change.
Yeah, and I think it's an area where Zurich is investing as well. We're certainly getting more knowledge and more data every day, and then doing everything we can to help educate our customers so that your dealerships are safe and that you mitigate that risk as much as possible. So we know that dealers are impacted by large losses due to some of the things that Phil mentioned earlier, including cybersecurity breaches, distracted driving, auto theft, climate impact, and the current regulatory environment. So, Rob, I understand that you've invested a lot into cybersecurity education for your employees. Can you share with us a little bit about that?
Sure. It's funny because just this morning I received an email from 2 employees saying, "I'm sorry I didn't get back to you right away. Do you want me to go get those gift cards?" This is going on every day in our dealerships, and it's amazing as much training as we've tried to provide that people can be fooled. We hear about it in the senior community, my parents, for example, but in the workplace, there's a real danger of somebody sending a wire to someone or sending your license plates to the wrong person. So we have got to protect the privacy of the consumer. And we've certainly used one of the vendors that's here at the show to help provide more education, ongoing training, phishing training to prevent our employees from making that terrible mistake. And it's not a matter of if you're going to get hacked, you're going to get hacked. I mean, I grew up with a father that worked for the government that told me all my calls are being listened to. I found that out at an early age. He was right. So there's going to come a time that you're going to have a problem. You better prepare for it and continue the education process.
Very good. Oliver?
Yeah, no, Rob said it. Listen, training. We have one of the vendors that are at the show. We lean on Zurich, of course, to help us, give us the best chance of not getting hurt by a cyber attack. I mean, that's one of the things, if you want to ask, that keeps me up. Finding out that that I don't have the keys to my DMS system and that I'm going to have to pay a rent. I mean, these are real consequences that we face, and it's our reality. So constant training, the signing on to become an employee, you have to go through the training, and then it's constant testing to make sure that we're not clicking the link that the prey is trying to get us to click on. I mean, I did it. I had to take another test to, so it's not beyond any of us to be fooled, but it's constant training. It's our new reality. It's the world we live in.
Well, I have to say, I did it also. Last week, I actually compromised 4 credit cards by entering my information on 4 credit cards to do something that was just, when I think back, not very smart.
But we've also, before, when we started doing the 2-step verification and the encryption and doing all that, when I first heard that we had to do that, I was like, oh, well, that's not going to work. We're busy. But 6 months later, we're doing it. It's a part of what we do. We don't think twice about it. So we've adapted. It's fine, and it's business as usual.
So I would say the key, just to sum up what you both said, is education and then validation.
100%.
Okay.
Amen.
Yeah, very good. Well, I think that's important for all of us to remember.
It's not what you expect, it's what you inspect.
That's right. And then don't enter your credit card information somewhere where you're not sure of. Thanks. Okay. Aside from the cyber security issues, are there any of the other major loss areas that we've talked about that you've been impacted by?
I've had a lot of stolen vehicles. I mean, our security was literally used to be locking the door and then coming in the next morning and saying, okay. Now it has become we have to get AI, we've got to have 24-hour surveillance. Any movement on the property, there's someone speaking from another state saying you got to get off the property. But this is our reality. This is what we have to do to best protect the inventory. We want to keep our insurance premiums as low as possible, obviously. So whatever we could do to mitigate those risks, we do. We employ. So it's a new world. We have to protect our inventory. We have to protect it, front and back.
Yeah, my youngest daughter's 18. I found out she had the most impressive fake ID I had ever seen in my life. This is an 18-year-old. So you can imagine what's going on in our showrooms when we get these folks that come in. And thankfully, our trade association has created a way of communicating with everyone about potential theft and fraud and ID theft. It's rampant. We can't go a week without several examples of people pretending to be someone else trying to buy a vehicle. And those are huge losses that take a lot of cooperation with our finance partners, with our banking partners to try to recover those vehicles. And some of them we just can't. I mean, they are very good. They're very organized. So we need to take steps to continue the education and invest in the technology to scan the licenses to make sure that they're valid and make sure that people are who they say they are. And it's a challenge because the customer just wants great service. They want a good experience. But at the same time, we have to teach them we're here to protect your identity. So if they're getting upset about it, maybe there's something that they need to tell us about.
That's a good point. Yeah, and I do think everyone's job is to be vigilant and really double check and make sure that people are who they say they are and that all their documentation is accurate and authentic. All right, very good. Any thoughts on distracted driving and any precautions that you're taking there to make sure you don't have any losses with dealership personnel and distracted driving?
Phil, you could take that.
Phil, do you want to talk about?
I'll just mention we have improved we have a very large wholesale parts operation, and we installed the first time we ever put cameras in vehicles. We were shocked at what we discovered. And we realized that we really did have risk with some of the drivers out there. And to protect them and protect the people on the road and our own reputation, it was important to make sure that was installed in all of them. So that's our biggest challenge, of course, is to make sure that our own delivery drivers are not distracted. But then even with support staff that move cars from lot to lot, if they're on their phone or they're texting, that's an education and an enforcement issue. But that is a concern.
Yeah, when I think about distracted driving, there's two parts, and Rob just touched on it. It's obviously us being out on the roads with other people and getting in accidents, but it's also on your dealership lots, the jockeying cars around, the distraction. So I would highly recommend that you're working with your insurance experts to come up with plans to make sure distracted driving isn't happening. If you have large parts delivery programs, or you're doing remote deliveries, cameras, it's causing such a disruption in the insurance world because it's harming individuals. But it's also, when you think about the cost to repair cars today, whether it's a windshield or whether it's a side mirror, these aren't inexpensive repairs anymore. These are very, very costly repairs. So it's working with your insurance experts to make sure that there's a program in place and there's consequences. So I would highly recommend that you do that.
Great, thank you. So the latest development has moved the FTC CARS rule off the front burner, thankfully. I think we were all in a bit of a panic about that until last week or the week prior. We'd like to hear from you. Is this something that you remain concerned about? What changes do you think need to be made so that you are prepared when it goes into effect, if it goes into effect?
Am I concerned? I wouldn't say I'm concerned. First of all, this is a perfect example to show just how important organizations like NADA, your local ATAEs, in my case, the Greater New York Automobile Dealers, it is those organizations that push back and educate legislators that this overregulation, while I think it's important to weed out bad actors, and no one wants that for the industry, I think there's a way to do it where it does not put such an overburden on the process. We've learned that consumers want a seamless transaction, a digital, touchless transaction, and from what I've learned, this car rule would just throw that into a tailspin. So, I mean, it's like practice and theory. Theoretically, it makes tons of sense. I think it's great because the industry wants dealers that work in transparency, and transparency is a good thing, not a bad thing. But it has to be done practically so it can actually work in the real world, in our showrooms, and to allow customers to come in seamlessly, buy a car, and be able to leave. So,
frankly, I'm in the DC metro area, and the folks that write these laws are my customers. And it's very disappointing because we actually knew some of the folks and invited them to go to a dealership and go through the shopping experience. By the way, some of the folks who are writing these laws have never bought a car. That should frighten you a little bit. So they've never shopped for a car. Yet they went through the process and they still came back with some of the same crazy ideas about the disclosures that are going to need to be required. My big concern is it's going to get so crazy, it's going to be like showing them the back of the contract, and consumers are going to get numb to it. It's not going to mean anything. Before the privacy notice was a big deal to give to someone, now it's just everyone gives a privacy notice. It's no big deal. So I'm not sure how it's really going to help consumers when we already have laws on the books to stop the kind of practices if the states want to enforce the right laws. That's my opinion about it.
So you think that the UDAP laws and all the laws that GLB, all of those already cover what the CARS rule is trying to impose?
Deceptive practices and no car dealer does that, honestly. We are pillars in the community, and our reputation is what matters most. If we don't take care of the customer, we go out of business. So I think that there are bad actors, I don't disagree, and they have to be weeded out, but I think there's sufficient statute out there to put the enforcement actions in place to make a difference.
It is interesting to me when you compare the automotive industry to any other type of retail. I don't know if anybody's bought any furniture lately, but I was shopping for a couch. You don't know what the invoice is on that couch. You don't know any of the things that you get to find out about buying a vehicle when you're buying almost anything other than a vehicle. So it is certainly a different level of scrutiny when it comes to vehicle purchases. And I think that, while it's well-intentioned, it might be a bit overkill. So hopefully this delay will allow people to pause and for the rule to make more sense.
Which is why it's so important to really educate these legislators. Like we have at the Greater New York Auto Dealers, we have a 90,000 square foot education center. It was built in 2005. We invested $30 million in this. And what we do from time to time, we invite the legislators in, and we have a beautiful boardroom. And what we'll do is we'll poster up all of the regulations that we have to put in our dealerships, and literally the entire wall is covered. And they look at it and they say, oh yeah, we have to, it sort of puts things, it gives them an idea of just how over-regulated we are and how much overlap there is. In New York City, the state of New York, federal, all of it's overlapping. The Attorney General, DCA, Consumer Affairs, and they're all asking for, it really is it's an eye-opening, and it's good for them to see it, because I don't think they realize it.
Yeah. Great. A great idea to invite them in for a little education. Well, thank you both, Oliver and Rob, for sharing your thoughts with us. And Phil, always thank you as well. For Zurich, it's about making sure our customers have the information they need to protect their bottom line, and how we can help you and all of you generate the most profit, remain compliant, and avoid large losses. So thanks so much to the panelists. Such great info that you shared with the audience today. Please stop by our booth to continue this conversation, or to visit the Zurich team. We're at booth 3614 in the West Hall, and we look forward to a great show. Thank you very much.
My name is Colin Morikawa.
Billy Horschel.
Alban Valenzuela.
Sahith Thigala.
As Zurich Golf Ambassadors, we put the focus on achieving a better tomorrow,
both on and off the course.
That's why we're proud to work with Zurich, a global insurer aspiring to be
one of the most responsible and impactful businesses in the world. Together with Zurich,
we're always building
towards a brighter future.
Why does Sam Pack send his team to NADA?
You ever wonder how to take your dealership from what the heck are we doing to wow, we got this?
What are we going to do about this used car shortage?
Can we keep a copy of their driver's license?
Hey boss, this client has a 550 credit score. Is it even worth my time?
All those questions and more will be answered at NADA. The National Automobile Dealer Association Show, where you learn A to Z of the car world. Remember 1917 when cars were considered a luxury? Nope, neither do we. Thanks to NADA, cars became a mass consumer good, saving our granddaddies big bucks.
NADA is more than just a legacy. It's a visionary leader for the automotive industry. With their guidance, dealerships stay ahead of the finance trends and champion fair practices against restrictive regulations.
At NADA, your finance director will learn valuable techniques on safeguarding your customers' information and how to protect your dealership against fraudulent activity.
I also learned about fair lending practices, identity theft, red flags, and OFAC requirements.
NADA teaches us on how to hire, train, and retain quality technicians.
And proper scheduling is crucial to keep those technicians busy and productive. At NADA, we learn about and buy the latest equipment and technology to make it happen.
At NADA, your used car manager will learn the latest techniques on acquiring used car inventory, pricing and advertising to the market so that you can survive any disruptions to the new car supply chain.
Thanks to the NADA training, I can better navigate the used car marketplace.
Become a used car value guru with NADA's invaluable resources. And did we mention the celebs? From Ronald Reagan to George Bush, they've all made pit stops at NADA.
So why go to the NADA show? Because you can turn oh no into pro. With NADA, we've turned 5-star Ford into 6-star Ford.
Sean, that's not a thing.
With NADA, anything is possible.
Don't miss the auto industry event of the year, NADA Show 2024, Driving the Future.
All right, so our next speaker is the Chief Diversity Officer for S&P Global. Now, he's responsible for the development and enhancement of S&P Global's business opportunities within the growing and diverse automotive market. Now, he works across the S&P Global Automotive Insight organization to ensure their broad suite of products and customer solutions address the unique marketing needs of those seeking to reach the growing African American, Asian, Hispanic, women, military, LGBTQ, and mobility automotive communities. And we are glad to have him here. So he's going to discuss the demographics and the future majority consumers. So please do me a favor and welcome Mark Bland.
Thank you, brother.
You're welcome.
Come on. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Hey, I'm here with a bunch of dealers and automotive leaders. Good afternoon, everybody. No, I'm here. All right, NADA 2024. Hey, so what I want to do, as she mentioned, is talk about the power, the buying power, and the opportunity you have to build your bottom line by leaning in and including, not excluding anybody, but including future majority consumers. So first and foremost, why do I call them future majority consumers? It's not me, and I say my big mouth because I say everything that I believe in, because at S&P Global I have the data to back up everything I say, and I'm going to show you that. But it's because the U.S. Census came out and said that 2045 is the year there's something super significant is going to happen in the United States, where blacks, Asians, and Hispanics will become the majority population. And being the leading forecasting organization in the industry at S&P, we believe they will become the leading new vehicle buyers. So that's hugely important to dealers. So therefore, there's this term we hear called sustainability that usually focuses on carbon footprint, cleaning plastics out of the oceans, which are hugely important to Mother Earth. But none of those things will walk into a retail outlet and buy your beautiful vehicles and services that you offer. Who will are consumers. So if you want to be relevant now, in the near and long-term future, you should focus on being consumer sustainable. So thus, I challenge each of you and everybody in ADA this day and every day henceforward to ask yourself, what are you doing today to align yourself with the future majority of tomorrow? I'm going to repeat that because that's hugely important. Challenge yourself and all your staff, what are you doing today to align yourself with African Americans, Asians, Hispanics, and I'll also include a hugely powerful group called All Women to make sure you're engaged today and in the near and long-term future. So here, you won't have to wait until 2045, and that's Mark Bland's opinion, because what you have behind me are 15 markets that are already minority majority today based on our leading registration data, like LA, Miami, San Francisco, San Antonio, Texas, and others. So let's go over the market overview, because I like to stop top down and break it down. The industry, as you can see with all the black here, is up. So we're past most of the inventory shortages, chip shortages, et cetera, and everybody's doing well. So I'll start with the industry. It's up 7.3 points since this time last year. African Americans up a little less than that, but they're up. That's the key word. Hispanics are up. But that bar to the far right, Asians are way up, 20% year over year. And I'll tell you in advance, and I'll repeat this later, most of that's EV. We're going to talk a lot about that, the 5% of the market that we spend 95% talking about. Here's another slide that I'm going to support. This shows that march towards future majority leadership from a new vehicle buying perspective based on actual registrations, not sales. These are actual registrations from the local DMVs across the entire United States. This is not a sample I'm talking about. We look at actual data, which differentiates us from other competitors. We don't deal with samples, we deal with the whole, okay? You can see that we've marched from 28.7 share being future majority consumers to a whopping 33% in just a few years. You go, hey, this is 2024, 2045 is when the census says it's going to change, that's 21 years. At about a percentage point of growth a year, you add 21 points at 33, you're at about 54%. That definitely makes that group the majority. Okay, you want to lean into that. Here, I'm going to share with you some statistics, actual facts. I want that to be important for everybody, because again, that's what S&P brings to this industry. On the far left is the industry, which is heavy Caucasian driven. These are the top brands. These are facts, people. Toyota's number 1. Chevrolet's number 2, Ford, Honda, Kia, Hyundai, Tesla at number 7, not number 1. Nissan, Subaru, and Jeep. When you go across from left to right, you can see that African Americans, Toyota's number one. Then there's Honda, Chevrolet, Kia, Nissan, Ford, Hyundai, Jeep. Tesla is actually 7 with the industry, and they fall all the way down to 9 with blacks. That's a key indicator. I'll come back to that later. And then GMC. We go across to Hispanic. It's Toyota again, Honda, Chevrolet, Ford, Nissan, Kia, Hyundai. Tesla 8. Again, at the industry, they were 7. They fell a point to 8. Starting to see something here. Jeep and GMC. Then we come to that group called Asian consumers in the United States. The number one brand that Asians select over all others is Tesla. So you're starting to pick up on something here. Then it's Toyota, Honda, Hyundai, Lexus. Now, I went through 3 groups, and I haven't talked about a luxury brand until I got to Asians. Tesla, Lexus, BMW, Mercedes. I'll pause there and say, based on that alone, we consider them the most affluent new vehicle buyers in the United States based on their new vehicle buying preferences. Then there's Kia, Subaru, and Mazda. So what are consumers actually driving at the model level? Yes, the F-Series truck is number 1, but number 2 in the United States is the Model Y. So when you look at that, you think, man, this electrification renaissance we're going through is really happening. Then you go through and you go back to another full-size pickup, Silverado. Then there's the mighty RAV4, CR-V, and then you've got Ram, Camry, et cetera. And then you get to the Model 3. There's 2 cars in the top 10 or so that are electric, but only 2. No other electrics in the list. Another key point. But look at blacks, Hispanics, and Asians. You see something different. And I'm just going to pause at this junction and say, this supports our philosophy that one size going to market does not fit all. Because when you look at blacks, the top 2 vehicles come from Toyota, RAV4 and Camry. Then there's the Accord, CR-V, the F-Series, Silverado, Rogue, etc. Hispanics, RAV4 and Camry, Silverado, CR-V, Civic, etc. Blacks had no EVs in their top 10. Hispanic has 1 EV at number 10, not number 1. Then you get to Asians, totally different story. Out of all the vehicles that you all produce and sell, their number 1 choice nationwide is the Model Y, followed by another Tesla model, the Model 3. Then what you can see then is RAV4, CR-V, Camry, the RX, Accord, Corolla, CX-5, and Civic. What you also see is cars. I'm going back to all 3. When you look at blacks, there's 40% cars with blacks and Hispanics and 50% cars. Half of the top 10 volume vehicles choices are cars. So if somebody ever tells you from this point forward that cars are dead, that is not true. Cars are key for the future majority, okay? So now let's talk about women. And I'm going to say this before I even put the slide up, and I'll repeat later. I believe 2024 and beyond, women will be the key to winning in the new vehicle industry. And I'm going to support that with some facts. Here, when you look at the top brands, it's Toyota across the board, followed by Honda, right? And then, except for Asians, it's Tesla, then Toyota and Honda. Then we'll keep going here, and you can see that from a model perspective, it's small CUVs, RAV4 and CR-V. Then it's the Model Y. Then you go back to Camry, Rogue, etc. Okay? Women are influential. I'm going to tell you why. This slide supports it. On the left, the purple, women represent, go in to your dealerships, they do the test drive, they sit down on F&I, and they put their name on the registration 42% of the time, 4 out of 10. Let's bypass the red for now and go to the gray. Hispanic women actually outperform that by a few more points, almost 44%. And even more so, Asian women are almost 46% of Asian new vehicle buying. But when you go back to the red, black women actually outmuscle their male counterparts and actually register 51% of all black new vehicle buying. So the point here, based on actual data, is you want to reach black consumers, you got to go through the hearts and minds of black women. But all women are hugely important and hugely influential, because what's not on this slide is women influence 85% of all household buys, especially that of a car, truck, SUV, CUV. okay? 85%. So now let's talk about luxury, because what I'm trying to do is give you your business case for why diversity, marketing, efforts, DEI within your dealership, your business are important. Luxury, what I've heard from so many individuals, and I'll protect the innocent, is, Mark, we're a luxury automaker. Why would we focus on Hispanics or blacks? They don't have any money. That's all I want to say. When you look at this trend here, we represented 33%, the future majority. They represent 40% of all luxury deals, new vehicle deals, 40%. And what you can see at the bottom, the red is African Americans, about 7%. In the middle are Asians. They go from 8% overall industry and double that to 20%, 1 out of 5 new vehicle sales in this country from all of you. And at the top, Hispanics are 13.4, which is 40%, 39.4 to be exact. Then what you can see here is another slide that I love because, again, at S&P Global, we bring you facts, nothing but facts, and I'm good at communicating those facts. Just go to the far right, and what you can see is that group represents 13,000 new vehicle sales a month for blacks, 26,000 luxury vehicles a month for Hispanics, and 35,000 luxury new vehicles for Asians. Too much for you not to pay attention to. Here are the top luxury brands. Hey, Tesla is #1 across the board, but let's just dig into Tesla because that's important. EVs are important. Tesla has sold almost 500,000 vehicles in the first 3 quarters of 2023, which is what this data is based on, 445,000 to be exact. Nobody can tell me, and I'm not going to let you believe, that blacks are really in the EV game. Because when you look at how many vehicles blacks have purchased, only 20,000 of the 445. That's about 5% or less. Then you can see Hispanics are not in that game either. They only purchased 51,000 of the 445. They represent 17% of all new vehicle, and they're not there. Whereas Asians purchase a whopping 38% of Teslas in the country, 4 out of 10. That is huge for one community. Starting to get the picture here? Who's driving this EV evolution? Here are the models for luxury. Model Y is #1, hands down, followed by its other Tesla model partner, Model 3. Then you start to get to the RX, NX, and others. We're starting to see something here, and I'm just going to challenge. I'm not political, but I'm just going to say, based on meetings I've had this week since I've been at NADA, there's been government legislation that is pushing this electrification in a short period. That's only going to benefit one automaker, Tesla. Everybody else is trying. I'll get to that more in detail. Here what you see, though, again, the same thing, Model Y, Model 3. Model Y, Model 3 are the top models. They're dominating. But again, the numbers are a lot smaller for blacks, Asians versus Hispanic, 119,000, 30,000 for the Model Y for Hispanics, and only 11,000 for blacks. So now let's talk about hybrids. So I'm going through the powertrains now because this is important. When you look at hybrid buying, though, Tesla dominated overall, but hybrid buying is dominated by Toyota and Honda across the board. That's important to know. When you look at the models, it's a CR-V and RAV4 fighting for dominance. Then it's the Accord and Wrangler Highlander. Then Corolla and others. You can see the rest. When we look at blacks, it's CR-V and Accord, RAV4. CR-V, RAV4 and Accord. CR-V, RAV4 and Sienna. Toyota and Honda are dominant with hybrids. They didn't jump into the EV game like everybody else. They focused on their ICE vehicles and heavy hybrid, and they're leading with that. That's telling you something else about this EV evolution. So now let's get to the all-important conversation about EVs. And I'm wrapping up here. But I want to put to bed some false information that may have been shared by others. With S&P, we deal with only facts. This breaks down future majority consumer vehicle buying by powertrain. The far left is the industry. Repeat, blacks at the bottom, the red. I'll do them first. They represent just shy of 8% of all new vehicle. They over-index more than 8% with ICE or gasoline vehicles. So if they over-index there, they got to come short somewhere else. They fall short with hybrids by 2 points. And they're not in the EV game. They're only 4.8% of this all-important EV evolution. I'll pause and say you all have to help the OEMs and work together with your agency partners to address their concerns. They have real concerns about EV, which is creating roadblocks to acceptance. And you have to communicate, put to bed people's fears, and really address the concerns of women. I'll get to that more later. Hispanics, similar to blacks, 17.3% of all new vehicle, 18% of ICE. They are still hanging on the ICE just like their black counterparts. They're only 15% of hybrid, not there. And they're definitely not in the EV game. They're less than 13%. That's a 4 percentage point difference. Whereas last but definitely not least, Asians, 8.4% of the marketplace, only 5.7% of ICE, time and a half with hybrids, and 300% over-index with EVs. So when you look at this and somebody says, hey, the future majority are leading the race for EV adoption, it's all Asian. So I got a challenge for you. Nobody has to answer. If you want to, go ahead. Which Asian subcultures are leading the EV renaissance in the U.S.? Anybody, anywhere? Somebody say something, anything. Chinese, Japanese, Korean, anybody, please. Indian. All right, I like that. Anybody else? Thought? All right, we're going to go with that. Indian. She is right. You're the big winner. It's Asian Indians are driving the EV renaissance in the United States. They have purchased 41% of all EVs in this country. 4 out of 10. They get 9 more points. They've got half of the pie. Followed by Chinese, which backed off. They were 30% last year. Now they're 28%, but they're still second. Third is Vietnamese and then Koreans. And everybody else are small percentages. That's who's running and driving the EV renaissance. Not all Asians, just Indians, Asian Indians, Chinese, Vietnamese, Korean. Then you can see here, when you look at EV, this is another fact for you. Blacks purchase about 4,700 EVs a month. Very small when you think about the nation. Some of the dealers here are doing that by themselves with all their vehicles. 12,500 EVs a month for Hispanics, the total Hispanic population for the United States. But then you get to Asians, 8% of the country, they represent about 23,000, almost 24,000 EVs a month. These are facts. So here we start talking about the top brands. Again, Tesla, but I will repeat the numbers because this is hugely important for you. From an EV perspective, Tesla is sold on the left side, the industry, which is heavy Caucasian driven. 445,000 EVs in the first 3 quarters of 23. The next closest competitor is Ford Motor Company, and they've sold a mere 31,000. I think we're moving too fast, people. We're moving too fast. We didn't take everything into consideration. We have to work on that. When you look at blacks, it's Tesla. Of the 445, only 20,000. And then the next close competitor is Ford with 1,700. Some of these dealer groups sell more than 1,700 vehicles themselves, individually. Hispanics, 58,000 for Tesla and 4,500 for Ford, who's number 2. And last but not least, Asians. Of the 445, they purchased 170,000 of that 445, almost half. Then you have BMW, it's the next close competitor, which is only 5,700. I think we need to slow down. When we talk about the EV renaissance, we're talking about one brand. And we need to figure out a way to get everybody up. So here are the models. Model Y, you can see the high peak there, followed by the Model 3, and then everybody else is just trying to get into the game. The number 3 EV provider is the Chevy Bolt at a model level at 30,000 total units. Okay, these are facts. This one I love. There's a lady named Cheryl Whitworth Dressel who supports me and does a wonderful job. She put this together, and this is a clear depiction because I like visuals. This is EV buying in the United States. The green represents EV buying. So you got some up in the upper northeast, Seattle, Oregon. You've heavy in northern and southern California. The middle of California, nothing. Then you go across, and there's some activity in Texas. Then you go further across, there's a little bit in Atlanta. You go up the coast a little bit, you go up the coast a little bit in the Carolinas, et cetera, and then it gets heavy in the New Jersey, New York area. And back where I'm from, Detroit, Michigan, go Lions, we'll be back there next year. There's a little bit between us, Chicago, and Indiana. The rest of Middle America and the rest of the United States is void. So anybody telling you that EVs are in mass adoption or acceptance is not telling you the full truth. But as S&P, we're here to bring you the facts. I'm wrapping up. Women, I start out by saying most important consumer, focus on, don't neglect us men, but make sure you lean to those women based on their influence. When you look on the left, women represent 42% of all new vehicle buying. They over-index and lead the renaissance with hybrids, but they're not in the EV game. I'm here to tell you as one individual, there's many here, that women, we need to address their concerns for the simple fact that if women don't believe in it, they're not going to buy it themselves. And if they don't buy it themselves, there's no way to convince me or any of their male counterparts to buy. Once me, one analyst representing S&P Global, when I see the number for EV get up to about 40%, that's when I'm going to get excited about it. I think the rest of the industry should as well, because now we're looking at mass adoption for EV. Until that time, we're still working on it. We're working on it. So last but not least, that Model Y, so dominant. And that's what I love about S&P. They give us the freedom to really be true analysts and dig in and give you answers. So who's buying the Model Y? I'm not going to give you everything. I'm going to give you some. From a money perspective, from a household income perspective, I've highlighted in the green. Let's go with the first one, all others. 14.8% of Model Ys are being purchased with people who have household income of $20,000 to $29,000. Now, let's be clear. I'm not kidding myself, and I don't want to kid you. Those are young adults that are tied to affluent parents that have bought the EV for them, but they live in an apartment by themselves, because we look at that and analyze that at S&P Global. So let's discount that. Let's go down further, and you start to see in that first line all others. It gets real heavy at the 100 to 124. It gets super heavy with 1/3 of their purchases coming with 125 to 150 income. When they make their mark, they're buying. So that kind of hints a little thing to me that maybe when they're making 100 to 150,000, the Model Y is not the only vehicle. Maybe it's an addition to the garage. It's not disposal, they're adding to. And then it goes down. When you look at blacks, Asians, Hispanics, you start to say nothing until I get to 50 to 99. That's right, people. I said 50 to 99 is where the major buying is happening. So what that tells you, or tells me, you need to lower your thresholds. If they have 50 to 100,000 income, sell them the car. Because if you don't sell them that, they're going to buy something else. Because me personally, I was the first college graduate in my family, and when I did what nobody else in my family did, I felt I was Superman, and everything this earth had, I wanted and I deserved it. At that kind of income as it grew, okay? Then you go down and nothing really between 100 to 124, and they go back up at 125 to 150. Then nothing. It's like they get these spurts, they move away from it, and then they jump down at 200 to 250 plus. Lots going on. That's an affluent household. Probably more than one car in the garage. So with that, let's go to age. Age buying. I want to put to bed a myth. Everybody talks, what's Gen Z doing? They're not doing anything when it comes to Model Y. Yeah, they're buying a lot of cell phones and iPads and all these other disposable things. They don't have $75,000 plus for a vehicle. So let's put that to bed, 18 to 24. But 25 to 34, they start to get into it. The sweet spot is 35 to 44-year-olds for Model Y. Continues on to 45 to 54. Starts to wane down a little bit, 55 to 64, 65 to 74, and nothing at 75 plus. Last but not least, my hypothesis, which we have data through our household database, which I use to prove it. The Model Y for Caucasians, yes, it's 35.4% by itself, but right behind that is 35%. But when you look at blacks, Asians, Hispanics, so that future majority, the Model Y is sharing a garage with another vehicle more often than not, at almost 40%. So last but not least, who is it sharing a garage with? More often than not, it's sharing a garage with another model, with a Model Y, another Tesla. 13% of the time, 1 out of 10. But what's cool is one brand who's really dominant, not just in ICE, but also in hybrids, Toyota, 8 out of the top 15 models that a Model Y shares a garage with come from one brand, Toyota. So they're doing something right over there. And then equally so, I will provide a fact to support my prior statement that cars are not dead. 7 out of the top 15 vehicles that a Tesla Model Y shares a garage with are cars. Cars, because the future majority love cars. So with that, I am Mark Bland. I represent S&P Global Mobility. We're at booth 3131. Thank you. Got a few minutes. Should I take questions? Does anybody have any questions before I'm done? Can you get the presentation? Go to booth 3131. Ask for Kristen Belazer. She'll help you out. Thank you so much back there. And thanks for your comment, your question earlier. Anything else? All right. Thank you. It's been a pleasure. God bless. Thank you.
I've been working for car dealers for just about 30 years. I love the spirit. I love the entrepreneurship. It's really one of the last true American dreams. I'm Mike Stanton, President and CEO of NADA. As most of you probably know, NADA exists for two primary reasons. Number one, to educate, and number two, to advocate for our dealer members. The key value that NADA provides for dealerships, we've got a lot of dealerships that are members of NADA. Over 90% of dealerships belong to NADA. So with that kind of power in numbers, we can take your voice to Capitol Hill, to Congress, to the administration, and to our manufacturers.
When we advocate on behalf of dealers, we look at potentially all three branches of government. And that actually has played out with the vehicle shopping rule. NADA filed extensive comments explaining why the proposed rule was very problematic for consumers. That resulted in several revisions which will help dealers, but it did not go far enough. NADA is supporting legislation to negate the rule, and NADA also has filed a judicial challenge against the rule.
The Biden administration's EPA has proposed that by model year 2032, 67% of all new vehicle sales be fully battery electric. We think that's too far, too fast. NADA believes that a more balanced approach is not only going to be achievable, but better for the environment. Consumer demand has got to catch up with political aspirations. We take your voice and we meet with the White House. We meet with Congress. We talk to the IRS. We've talked to the EPA. Rest assured, NADA has your back. Together, we can move this industry further. So if you're not engaged, please get engaged. But we're here to help you do just that. We're glad you're here at the NADA show. It's a great opportunity to learn from each other, develop new relationships, and grow. Thank you.
That is absolutely the key. Learn, foster new relationships, and grow. That's the whole point of NADA. And here at the NADA live stage, we're going to continue in that tradition as well. So we heard some great information from Mark. And next up, you're also in for another treat. We're going to actually hear from the CEO of Fisker. So we have Henrik Fisker, and we're going to do a little bit of couple things. So you're going to see a quick video, and then you're going to hear from Henrik himself. And then after that, you're going to have a chance to have a Q&A session with him and Jonathan Coligio. So make sure that you stay tuned, enjoy, hang out, because we're going to have some great information and follow those tenets that we just talked about, which is learn, foster those new relationships, and then all continue to grow. So tune into the screen.
Fisker is driven by people like you, the innovators, who know that the Fisker is driven by people like you, the innovators, who know that the choices we make today matter for tomorrow. And like you, we're moving through the world a little differently. Introducing the Fisker Ocean, an all-electric SUV featuring a solar panel roof harvesting energy from the sun. Together, we're creating a clean future for all.
Hi, how are you? It's great to be here at the National Dealer Convention. Thank you for coming. So I thought I'd tell you a little bit about Fisker Inc. We just launched our first vehicle last year, a fully electric vehicle. We are an American company based in California in Manhattan Beach. And what I thought is really, really interesting is that the entire dealer groups in the US really haven't had a vehicle to sell from an independent American EV company because everybody's going direct to consumer. So I'm extremely excited about being here and talk to dealers. We already have over 200 dealers interested in our vehicle, and I think it's going to offer a new opportunity both for us and for the dealers to sort of get into a unique market segment. We have created a vehicle that actually have the longest range in the world of any electric SUV in our segment. And that's kind of unique because, you know, there is another company, a big company out there, which is the best-selling EV in the world, which is direct-to-consumer. So I think that gives a whole new perspective for dealers to have a competitor in the showroom that they haven't been able to have before. I'm especially excited with our new, what we call dealer partnership model, which is what we call a triple win. It's a win for the customer with transparent, no hackle pricing, and of course also to get great customer service from the dealers and test drives, etc., nearby. And then of course a win for the dealer because we are offering our dealers a larger territory so they don't have the competitor from Fisker just down the street. And I think that's very important because we want our dealers to have a sustainable, steady margin so they can focus on giving our customers the best possible customer service. And then it's of course a win for us because we actually get great customer service close to where the customers are. And the no hackle pricing also means that our customers are happy because that's what they like. And finally, I think that for us it means we can get out in the market quicker. Right now we have so many reservation holders all over the US that unfortunately we can't reach. They're hours away, they can't get a test drive. We only have 2 facilities, one in LA and one in New York, where they can come and visit us. So obviously that's going to be hugely different when we suddenly start signing up 50 or 75 dealers across the US. So that's something that we are very, very excited about. And finally, I have never, by the way, been at this conference. It's great to meet people that I actually knew from 10 years ago when I worked at Aston Martin and BMW, etc. So I'm kind of excited to get back in and see what's happening in the dealer community and how is our dealer partnership model going to be, looked at. And the first feedback has been really amazing. I think we're doing something really innovative. And of course, we're also coming up with new models that's already in the works. We're coming up with an electric pickup truck that's going to be not a full size, where everybody else is going. It's going to be a mid-size and starting at a very affordable price, around $45,000. Of course, our Ocean starts at $39,000. So I think affordability and profitability in the EV segment is going to be extremely important in the future. I love, like anyone else, a really cool $100,000 electric car, but very few people can afford that. I think the next big movement in EVs is going to be affordability and, of course, profitability. So we have to come up with some exciting vehicles that people want, that they can afford. Finally, I will say that Fisker will never launch a vehicle unless we have at least 4 features that nobody else have or where we are best in class. So just example, on the Fisker Ocean, we have the longest range in our class, 360 miles. That's in our class as an electric SUV, 360-mile range. We have the world's largest solar roof, which can get up to 2,000 free miles a year. We are the world's most sustainable car, which we are showing with evidence on our website. We have, for example, over 110 pounds of recycled materials in our vehicle. And then we have something called California Mode, which is you push one button and all the glass goes down the car except the front windscreen, and the largest sunroof in the world opens up. It's something people actually love about our car. So I think having unique features, getting people to look at something they've never seen before is what really excites me. And I'm looking forward to meet a lot of dealers here this weekend and having a lot of fun. So thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And now we'll go ahead and move into our Q&A.
Very, very good. I'm Jonathan Collegio with NADA. Super excited to have you here, Henrik. Take us behind the curtain in this huge decision that Fisker made to use dealerships, dealers instead of going the direct-to-consumer model. I mean, there are a number of companies out there that could have ramped up instantly had they just gone to a dealer network model. They didn't do that. You seem to be going that direction. So take us behind the curtain in your decision point.
Well, first of all, my background is the car industry. So, I started my career at BMW, and then I worked for Ford Motor Company, Aston Martin, et cetera. And when we started Fisker Inc. in 2016, I think everybody kind of looked to Tesla and say, hey, if Tesla did it, it must be right. And I think all the startups just automatically went to a direct-to-consumer model. However, as we started looking at it, it was a different time 10 years ago. There was zero interest rate. There was no competitors. There was maybe 5 years to get things done. Now we're in a time with high interest rates. You have 3 months or 6 months to get something done. There's less capital available. There's more competitors. So finally, I looked and talked with our finance department and saw that actually, even if we sell direct, it's not free for us. We also have to build up a dealership. We have to go out and rent a building. We have to hire people. We have to get, lifts. We have to do service. We have to train the technicians. So in the end of the day, we saw that it's actually not cheaper for us to do it. And why not go to the professionals that's built up these amazing dealerships, know their, local environment, they know the community. They already have a ton of people that they have served for many years that are happy with them. They know how to do customer service. So we realized, you know what, maybe we should pivot around and actually work with dealers. And I went to a friend of mine called Bo Buckman that owns a group called Galpin Automotive in Los Angeles. And he said, what if we do something from scratch, from a white sheet of paper, and we call it the dealer partnership model, because it's a partnership. So that's kind of how we start working on this no-hackle pricing. And he told me, it's not just the customers that don't like hackling. We don't like it neither. And I go, really? He says, no, we don't like it neither. I said, okay, let's do it then. So we kind of went through every part, and we decided that there is a way to make this a fantastic agreement and a great partnership. So that's kind of how it came around.
I mean, a franchise contract can dictate all of those things. It doesn't have to just, it doesn't have to be the contracts that were, written up in the 1950s. It can specify every single one of those things. And to your point, local dealerships across the country, I believe, are sitting on somewhere in the neighborhood of $180 to $200 billion in hard assets, buildings, land. You can't build that in a high interest rate environment. So it's neat that you said that. Now, your background, of course, Highline luxury, some of the most beautiful designs in the world. This company is more focused on the middle of the market. You talk about profitability. Kind of take us into where you see the market going and how it's going to be profitable for Fisker to be able to sell these kind of mid-range vehicles.
Well, first of all, I think generally in the market, in the last few years, there was probably an opinion that as long as a traditional car maker made an EV, it would sell, because EVs was hot. And I think what was forgotten a little bit was that I think people still want an exciting vehicle even if they buy an EV. And maybe particularly if they buy an EV, they're expecting more. They're expecting, wow, it's an EV, what else is new? So what we looked at Fisker was we just don't want to make another EV. We have to make something that's differentiated, something that offers people something they can't get anywhere else. That's why I talked about the 4 features we're doing. Secondly, we also thought about affordability. So when we designed our vehicle, we actually designed it as a very high volume vehicle. We looked at cost everywhere and really looked at where do we give the consumer something, and maybe we need to forget about what we think we know about customers and cars, because the way cars are done today is the same way they were done 50 years ago. We really haven't changed the mindset. And I think we drive very different now. We think very different about our cars today than we did 50 years or 40 years or 30 years ago. So we looked into all that and really got the pricing down. If you look at our price, $39,000 starting price, it's actually better than a lot of other competitors. And because we looked at all these areas, and finally, if you have a giant car company with 100,000 employees, where maybe 20,000 employees don't really help building the car, you have to pay for all these people. So the normal giant car companies, in the meantime, are so big that they have to take thousands of dollars and put on top of each car before they sell it to the dealer. And that means that they will not have the profitability that we have because we're extremely lean. We are trying to avoid to have all this overhead. We have contract manufacturing. We have set ourselves up sort of with the Apple model. As you know, many of you probably have an iPhone. Well, they designed this iPhone. They sell it, they market it, they own the IP, but they don't build it.
Magna is doing your manufacturing.
Magna is building our vehicles, and they built Japanese cars, they built German cars, so they have to be very competitive. So we're paying a very competitive price for assembly, and that's how we make money, because we have low price for assembly, we have low overhead cost, and we have a very low bill of materials for a vehicle.
Now, you made news last week. You signed Damian Mills, the Mills Auto Group based out of North Carolina, as your first dealership group. I know that you're here, you're looking for dealers to sell your vehicles. How's that going?
It's going amazing. I think we have over 200 interested dealers. We are meeting with many of them here. And, what we want to look for is who gives the best customer service, who is in the areas we want to be in. What we really want is the dealers to help build our brand, to do it together. And I think that's the unique opportunity today. If you get a dealership from maybe a brand, there's already, hundreds of dealers. But in our case, we might pick a dealer with a giant territory, whereas as we expand, that dealer can decide to open new stores in his territory or not, but he will have first right of refusal. So we offer the dealer a unique opportunity to grow with us as we introduce new cars, a pickup truck, a lower cost SUV, a sports car, etc. And I think that's very unique, and I think it's very exciting. We have seen a lot of excitement for people, for dealers, because it's sort of very entrepreneurial, something they probably have done many years ago, but maybe haven't done so often lately.
So we had the U.S. Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm on this stage earlier this morning. We talked a little bit about the difficulties that some of the traditional manufacturers are seeing in attracting customers into EVs. Many of them, General Motors made a big announcement earlier this week about how they're going to reinvest in plug-in hybrids. Is Fisker specifically focused on EVs, or are plug-ins or different powertrains part of your future?
I mean, we are focused on EVs, and quite frankly, if other companies go out of EVs, I just see the markets being bigger for us. I want to come back to the point that we have no reason of being here if we just made another normal car that was an EV. So we really focus on being differentiated. We focus on competing with other independent EV makers. I don't think we focus so much on the traditional car companies, because I think that the people who come to us, they have already decided they want to buy an EV from an independent car maker. They want to have unique features. So yes, we have obviously customers coming from some of the traditional luxury car makers from Germany, etc. But most of our our trade-ins, if you want, are coming from current independent EV makers, and you can imagine who that would be.
In terms of your deployment, United States, Europe, China, are you looking into the Chinese market as well?
Eventually China. We are focused on US and Europe right now. They've done it extremely well for us. We see orders coming in every single day. We have actually not seen a slowdown in terms of orders coming in from us. We are seeing still a lot of excitement around our car, and we have so much to do that US and Europe is enough for us at the moment. We are opening a showroom in Shanghai this year, but we won't start selling cars until next year because we have enough traction here in the US and Europe at the moment.
So getting back to spectacular designs, Highline luxury, tell us about the Ronin. It's an amazing vehicle. Did you design that yourself?
I did. That's a passion project. Over 1,000 horsepower. It's going to have over 600-mile range. It's going to be the world's first 4-door convertible with butterfly doors and a automatic removable hardtop in the trunk. It's going to be a 5-seater, so you can actually bring the kids to school in your 1,000 horsepower sports car. Exactly what I want to do. So is this one of those cars you just dream about? It's going to be a dream car. I think, we all love cars, and we got to have that emotion. Even if we make an electric car, it's got to be emotional. And one of the things I think about every single day when I wake up is, how are we going to translate that emotion that we have from gasoline cars, where you have sound, where you have downshift and all that? How are you going to shift that over to electric cars? Because, the thing that we grew up with was we learned how to tame an animal, which was the car. But now an electric car, anybody, your grandmother can go in and go 0 to 60 in 4 seconds. There's no skill to that. So we're trying to figure out what is now the excitement, what is the sense of occasion when you get into this car. And I think that will shift. We're also having new people, tech entrepreneurs that are 25, 30 years old, buying their first cars, and it's not necessarily a gasoline car, so they've just bypassed the gasoline car experience. So we need to think about that as we bring out new cars. Electric cars are 100% here to stay, and they are going to take over. We are going to see more than 80% of cars being electric, sometimes beginning at 2030s, whether we like it or not, because eventually nobody's going to buy a gasoline car because nobody's going to buy it used when you want to sell it 5 years later.
Very good. Well, we're about out of time. Thank you so much for your time. Everyone, Henrik Fisker.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, as I promised, great information, right? And so if you do have more questions or things that you like more information on, I think Mr. Fisker is going to be hanging out on the side over here for just a little while. So feel free to go over, grab a picture, ask questions, all that fun stuff. We are going to continue the live stage programming, and as most of you have known, it's all about giving back, looking forward towards the future, and really having an impact on those that are going to come after us, right? I think that's one of the key pillars of NADA, and you've seen it throughout the weekend so far. And so we want to keep that momentum going and continue to do that. And so next up, NADA is going to donate to the Junior Achievement League of Las Vegas. And to help us with that donation, I'd like to welcome back to the stage Jonathan Collegio, and we will go ahead and make that donation presentation. Jonathan, where are you at? No, there he is. Ready? Yeah.
There you go. I'd like to welcome onto the stage Jeff Pohanka, 2023 NADA Chairman, Bobby Sight, of course, the NADA Show Chairman, and Michelle Jackson from Junior Achievement. I know that Junior Achievement and financial literacy, Jeff, are a passion of yours. Talk about what we're doing here today and why it's so important to you.
Okay, I'm a long-term supporter of financial literacy. Financial literacy is a life skill, and you all understand that. People understand the importance, but it's not found in many high schools for some reason. Now, Junior Achievement, I have a long relationship with them in the Washington, D.C. area. And what was interesting in our local community was the high school system sent 13,000 eighth graders through the financial campus of Junior Achievement. But they had nothing in the high school. The kids are so enthusiastic. They're given a persona, a budget, and they learn so much. But in eighth grade, you can only absorb so much. So I really pushed for high school to have a mandated financial literacy program, which is now in Prince George's County, which is one of the largest majority minority counties in the United States. And it's a requirement to pass financial literacy class to graduate, which I think is a model. One of the barriers to financial literacy is that it really has to be required to spread. There are 22 states where financial literacy is required, and the others don't. And if it's not required, pretty much put out to the side. We all know, dealers particularly, the importance of having good credit. And I was talking to Junior Achievement, what's your motto? And I forget what their motto was. I said, why didn't you make it a positive affirmation? Protect your credit so you can buy more and pay less. And it's really a great program. Now, Junior Achievement's over 100 years old. The program is. They do such a fantastic job. Now, I'm here to announce that the NADA Foundation has contributed $50,000 to construct the association's new finance park here in Las Vegas. And the finance park is great because the school system can put their children through the program. It's a day-long program, a lot of volunteers, and it's such a basis for a life skill. Now, in conclusion, we play the game of life. A lot of people don't know the score and don't know the rules, but we're playing like hell. What's the score? It's your FICO score. We know people are really competitive. You could say in your business, your team A, team B, here's your objective. They'll kill each other to win. And there's no real, they're not really getting anything other than winning. So we need to let people know what the score is and what it means. And there's one thing too about credit cards. You go buy a bunch of furniture or, dishwasher, you get 20% off, you get their credit card. Well, man, I don't want their credit card, but I want that 20%. The question is, does those credit cards help or hurt your credit? We all have those. We put them on the shelf. And some people say they hurt your credit, cut them up. My wife's a banker. I said, do those cards hurt or help your credit? She says, it helps your credit. It's unused credit. So we play the game of life. A lot of people don't know the score, don't know the rules, and we see the results from that. So thank you. With Junior Achievement, definitely a great program. I'm glad to support them and help their growth. And so it's great getting NADA behind them.
I just want to say thank you very much because this investment is going to allow us to reach 84% of all 10th graders in our community every single school year through the Finance Park program. So this is a huge investment representing the budget category of transportation to students in Southern Nevada. So we're talking 20,000 students a year going through Finance Park.
Now, Junior Achievement's found in many cities across the country. Get engaged. They're looking for volunteers to help, and it's a wonderful, wonderful experience. And look, they're giving kids the opportunity for a great future because they can manage their expenses better and buy the car they want and get the good credit, get good financing, which is an easier sale, quite frankly. It's much easier to sell someone with good credit than challenge credit, isn't it? It's better for them also. So get in there and support them, learn about it, and get involved in your high school, your kids' school. Promote financial literacy.
Bobby, anything else?
Well, I'd just like to thank you guys for all the work that you do, and it's so important to the young men and women growing up, and we're really, really proud to support, on behalf of NADA to support your organization.
Thank you guys so much. We're very honored.
Rob, let's bring out the check. Can we stand? Take a photo?
Wow.
Thank you very much. Oh, I got carried off the stage. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for all you do. Thank you so much.
And this would be a friendly reminder to remind everybody that the Expo Hall happy hour starts from 4 to 6 p.m. and go ahead and indulge, and drinks are on me.
Hello, I'm Brian Wayne.
And I'm Michelle Blakely. We're thrilled to extend a personal invitation to all of you to our NADA Live Stage presentation, Attracting Customers, the Battle of EV and ICE.
We'll be delving into topics such as covering consumer expectations, branding, and tailored communications for both EV and ICE consumers.
Plus, discover strategies to drive more revenue to your dealership. I promise you it's a session you won't want to miss.
We hope to see you there.
Welcome to the new era of entertainment, powered by a community of over 1 billion people globally, engaging with an entire movie's worth of content every single day. That's 1 billion people with the opportunity to go from FOMO to showing the world who they really are. TikTok is where real makes its way onto red carpets and runways. Here, everyday people are creating and sharing the moments that drive culture. This is a global community of creators redefining, reimagining, and remixing entertaining content as we know it, only on TikTok.
All right, so I've asked this question before about parents that are in the room. How many parents do I have? Okay, good, all right. How many parents have been forced to do a random TikTok dance from their teenage child? Yes, it's weird, right? Yeah, definitely. I have an 18-year-old, so I have an 18-year-old, 16-year-old, and so, yes, it's one of those things. And you're like, we're cool, but they try to test the coolness. I don't understand that, right? Yeah, it's like they don't get it. Like, we've been cool for a long time. I can let my cool retire every now and again, right? My cool's relaxing. But speaking of TikTok, we're going to hear from Turnkey, and specifically what Turnkey is going to focus on is reaching the modern automotive shopper. So to help us do that, I'd like to welcome up Lauren Driver and Drake of course, just because I practiced the name, I haven't done it all weekend. Berenson. So please welcome them to the stage with a big round of applause. It's all your fault, Drake. It's all your fault. We did go over this, right? So it's all your fault. I blame you.
It's okay. I can't even pronounce my own last name.
Thank you to NADA so much for having us. As he mentioned, my name is Lauren Driver. I'm bound to work in auto at some point in my life with that last name, right? And joined here by my partner, Drake, at Turnkey Marketing. I am the head of industry for dining, auto, and travel for TikTok, based out of the Austin office. We got shout out to the crew in the back after this, if you want to meet with any of the TikTok crew. But Drake, I'd love for you to kick off and just kind of talk a little bit more about what Turnkey Marketing is, just to ground the audience in that.
Well, excellent. Well, first of all, I'd just say, how cool is it that TikTok is being discussed at NADA? Who would have thought this would have been a topic a few years ago? I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? So for me, NADA is something really special, and for Turnkey Marketing, my brother and I had actually founded the company back in 2002, and this marks our 21st NADA that we've been to and exhibited at. So thank you to the NADA team for always doing a terrific job.
That's insane.
It's crazy.
This is my first one, and your 21st one.
It's nuts, isn't it? But really with Turnkey Marketing and with TikTok, we're really positioned as an operational marketing firm helping dealerships overcome challenges, not just from an advertising side, but also operationally, and how all of those items flow together. So it's nice to see TikTok continuing to innovate along with NADA and making things like this available.
That's awesome. So talk a little bit more about the challenges you're trying to solve for dealerships.
Ooh, challenges. Just quick question by show of hands. Anybody have any challenges at their dealership right now? Everything's perfect?
Oh, I see some hands. Right. Also, just the slides aren't working, just FYI.
So, I think there's a lot of challenges we're having to face right now. Obviously, affordability is a big challenge right now. Floor plan costs is a big challenge. People and process, getting back to the basics, right? Marketing, that's a big challenge too. There's all these issues that are going on right now in the automotive space that dealers are having to fight for, manufacturers, their partners, and so on. But none of these challenges are things that we haven't seen or experienced before as an industry. And to quote a dear friend of mine, I hope he's watching or here right now, we've all seen these things happen in the automotive industry before. We've all lived through them. We just may not have seen them all happening at the exact same time, right? So, one of the big challenges that we're really trying to help dealers work on is I believe firmly that there's 3 things that are required for a dealership operation to be successful. There's a lot of other micro items, but you have 3 really big items. You got to have exceptional people and process. number one, right? You have to have exceptional marketing. You have to have exceptional inventory. And especially a lot of the dealers that are here at the session, it's a wild ride right now. It's a wild ride in the used car market. Some of you have franchises that have maybe more inventory than what you'd like to be flooring right now. Some of you are in a situation where you'd like to have a little bit more. So I think a lot of this that's happening right now is everybody has to kind of get out of their swim lane a little bit. And what I mean by that is really rolling up the sleeves. That's what we're trying to do, is really roll up the sleeves and get into the other areas, not just to advertise, but to help the partners, because it may not be our fault, but it will be our problem if they're not successful.
I think that's a great summary and kind of brings us to the next point of how can TikTok help, right? So as you're working with your partners, how are you thinking about integrating TikTok into your marketing mix, and maybe how that's evolved over the past few years, especially knowing that TikTok as a platform hasn't been around for that long, and even as a sales organization, we've only been around for give or take 4 years.
Yeah, absolutely. So for us, we've been working with TikTok for 5 years now, which makes us ancient in the TikTok world, okay? But TikTok should be an item in your media mix that is a must-have. Okay, it doesn't matter who you're doing it with. If you're doing it internally on your own, you're using another partner, you're using turnkey marketing, it doesn't matter. You need to be using TikTok, okay? And think about a few things of why we believe it's important for you to be on TikTok. Number one, how many of you guys in here advertise with another social media platform? I don't want to say it. Zucky? Anyone? Okay, all right. So you guys know who I'm talking about, what other platforms. Here's a crazy thing. As dealerships, when we're advertising, oftentimes we're just reaching the same person over and over and over. Whereas most of the large portion of the users on TikTok are not daily active users on, say, Facebook or Meta, with the Meta platforms in there. So I really like to use TikTok to reach new people that I'm not currently reaching with my other advertising, whether that be Google or my TV or radio or whatever mediums there are in there. It's just one of those things where I often look at budgets and I think, wait a minute, we're spending all this money on TV or whatever it might be, these traditional areas, but we're missing the largest short-form video social platform on the planet. Like, why would we not want to be there, I mean, you take a look at the slide that's displayed behind me right now. You're talking, take a look at this. The average TikTok user spends 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half. That's longer than the average length of a movie.
I was going to say, just show of hands, are you that user? Anyone in the room? Because, I see some in the back. We've got over 90 minutes. Yes, that's just the average watch time. So, to your point, there is a new audience for dealers on TikTok that is mostly untapped at this point. So
absolutely.
The unduplicated reach is something that Drake and I have been talking about too versus other platforms, so it's also an opportunity.
100%. And, with your guys' platform with TikTok, you have a lot of means to reaching customers, not just from your interest targeting, your audience targeting, your geographic targeting that's, I don't mean to skip ahead, team, but I mean, gosh dang it, it's nice to be able to target customers on a zip code level instead of having to drop these massive radiuses, especially if you're in a big area, right? LA, Dallas, things like that. So TikTok, you can target on a zip code. And I'll tell you this, I don't think I shared this with you yet, Lauren, but when TikTok rolled out zip code level targeting, we saw a 17% increase in website traffic just from that adjustment alone. Okay,
that's incredible.
Without any additional budget. So yeah, reach those new customers out there, team. Your buyers are there. It's not a bunch of kids. All those myths of children on TikTok, throw it out the window. Okay, TikTok has incredible targeting incomes and all kinds of different things you can do. So.
Love that. So let's talk a little bit about the consumer and how you're building for reaching those consumers. So let's talk a little bit about the organic strategy. So as you're working with your partners, I'll go to the next slide because we've done research on our side that shows that consumers are actively coming to search on the platform. It's almost the new Google in some sense because of the dynamic results that they get when searching, right? So test drive reviews, vehicle models, anything that's showing features is really prominently searched on the platform. And so I'm curious from your perspective, as you're building an organic strategy with your clients, what does that look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So I love how you mentioned the search aspect. There's a lot of it. And some of you guys might remember that, who's a famous talk show host? I can't remember him now, but the hashtag joke, right? You know what I'm talking about? Okay, anyway, so lots of searching from hashtags in there. But anyways, here's the thing on the organic side is I know a lot of you in here use TikTok, and some of you have been on the TikTok rabbit hole. For example, I opened up my TikTok app about a month ago, and then now I'm here, and I just put it back down, right? So it has a really good algorithm that keeps you engaged on in there. One of the things that's really unique, though, is that a lot of dealerships have not set up their own TikTok pages. Okay, and I want
What do you think that is?
Well, I think there's a couple things. Maybe just not knowing how. Maybe it seems too challenging. There could be a myriad of things. Probably educate, like just not knowing on the platform. But if we kind of go back down the history of like with Facebook, a lot of you, when you had Facebook pages, anybody could create one, right? Then Facebook went through a page verification process, which was a whole nightmare. You had to go ahead and get business license and this and that to prove that that was your page. You know, with TikTok, it's important you have your own organic page created in there because you have employees at your dealership, all of you, right? And you might have Joe Schmo who's doing a really good job for you posting videos, and Joe Schmo might have named his TikTok page the name of your dealership. And guess what? When Joe Schmo no longer works there, quits or was fired or something like that, is that the person that you want speaking on behalf of your dealership that's been around for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, even 100 years? Right? So create that organic TikTok page, have that, so that way your salespeople, you can turn them into micro-influencers. They can reference that page. They can get that engagement going. I believe in this so much that if you don't have a TikTok page, if you don't know how to create it, we'll create it for you for free. I don't care if you do business with us or not. It has nothing to do with that. It's just, it is that important for dealerships to protect their brand by having that TikTok page. So
I think that's great. So let's switch a little bit, talking about organic. Let's go to paid, right? So again, we've done research on our side that shows what consumers are looking for from brands. So behind us, there's just a few examples of that. I know your team has done their own research and has been testing a lot. So talk about the paid strategy from an upper and lower funnel perspective.
Yeah, so TikTok really transcends all places of the funnel. You get a great myriad of people who are from the early interest stages, early brand awareness stages, all the way down to people that are looking to go ahead and make that vehicle purchase or service. Don't just think variable operations, you got to think fixed operations as well too. And so, you know, when you're creating content on a organic level, I want to just hit on that one more time, don't try to overthink it, okay? Just put something up there. Done is better than perfect. Because I want to put a little point out there, and this ties into the paid advertising side as well. We see a big hindrance, or challenge, I should say, for a lot of dealerships where they just don't know what type of content to put up. And they look at all the TikTok videos, and they say, oh, you got to make your videos just like this, and a TikTok customer's like this, and they make all these premonitions of what a TikTok customer is. Well, guess what happens if all your content looks just like a TikTok customer? It looks like everybody else's, right? You don't stand out. So in a lot of our research that we've done, we've found that honestly, as silly as it seems, and it surprised us as an organization, but good old car ads actually work, okay? You know, of course you want good message. Of course you want creative that stands out. Of course it's a short form video platform, so you want to be able to get your message across the moment somebody goes out and hits that video on their scroll, on in there. But just don't overthink it. Put something up there that you think is valuable to you and you'd want to share with your customers. You do that every day in your Google ads. You do that every day on your website sliders. You do that every day on your TV and radio commercials. Just do it on TikTok too. It's that easy.
Well, and we know that TikTok is a different platform than others, right? Like users are really looking for authentic content, and we know that it's a challenge at times to build the correct content and that authentic voice. So I know that Drake and team have done some testing on what creative is working on TikTok. So let's go through a few examples.
Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, this is getting exciting here. All right, so a couple things on the TikTok creative. There's a myriad of different types of creative that we have found that works most effectively on the platform. And when I mentioned we'd been advertising on TikTok for the past 5 years now, there was a lot of hard knocks, candidly, right, to try to figure out. There was a lot of graceful fall downs and jump back on up on there. But what we have concluded from the metric side, when I say metrics, what I'm measuring is the amount of people that are engaging with the content, the amount of people that are clicking on the content and going to the website, and then what are they doing at the dealership, and then tracking all of that through, because obviously you want to track that through your GA4 and all the other measurement protocols. But content that stands out works, okay? This ad here actually was a dynamic inventory ad. And where it actually will feed in the inventory live from the dealership, and then the customer can click on it, go look at the VDPs and so on in there. Now it pulls them all into the remarketing audiences, the retargeting audiences. There's event ads in here. There's a lead gen ad example in here. And I know without seeing these things playing at, you know, no worries, no worries. Feel free to stop by 3329 and you can see the actual live videos. But anyways, one of the really cool things about that I'd just like to say is on lead gen ads? How many of you guys have done Facebook lead gen ads? Just raise your hand. Be honest, okay? Okay, now raise your hand if the Facebook leads that you get from Facebook lead gen ads are absolutely awesome and close at a high rate. Raise your hands. Okay, exactly, right? So I want to point this out on TikTok. On the the TikTok lead gen ads, we ran a case study on this because what we found is that the leads that are generated on TikTok, because it does require more user effort on in there, actually have a contact rate that is 6.3 times higher than that of Facebook and have a close rate that's even higher than that. So again, I'm just trying to dispel some myths here. TikTok is not a bunch of kids. It's buyers and people that want to do business with your dealership. Get on there.
Love that. So let's focus on creative a little bit more because we know how important it is to the platform. So you've got a whole slew of people in here, right? Probably some OEMs as well. Talk about what they can do to help dealers in this journey to get to short form video.
Yeah, so we've been taught and conditioned for years and years and years that the way to take a picture, I'm going to pull out my giant iPhone 13 mini because I love tiny phones. Okay, we've been taught forever that this is how we take photos, right? In the landscape format. Well, in the TikTok world, it's all about the vertical format. So, an area that we'd love to see, we really appreciate everything that OEMs do from their ad planners and asset portals, where they really invest in a very significant amount of money for great content that's becoming of the brand, and we'd love to see more dealers using that. To help foster that, it would be great to have those same exact wonderful pieces in vertical format, okay? That's all we're requesting, just vertical format so the dealers can use this more effectively on in there. I think that'll be a big aspect. But challenge yourself on TikTok, right? Try different things, try different ads. And you said a great thing earlier, Lauren, of authenticity. Authentic content, right? It doesn't have to be scripted or anything, just get out there and do it,
So one thing that makes TikTok so unique versus other platforms is the sound element, right? It is a full bleed, full screen sound on platform. So that's one thing we haven't touched on that much. Have you and your team played around with sound at all?
Yeah, so this is a really fun one. TikTok, there's a lot of tools available where you can see what the latest trending audio is. All of us that use TikTok, when we're scrolling through, you start hearing these similar pieces of audio that are going in there, and maybe you're like me and you go to iTunes and you're like, oh, I want to download the TikTok playlist so I can seem like a cool old uncle to my nieces, okay? But, the really neat thing about it, though, is that we found that the trending audio definitely has we get better response on the ads. So when there's audio that's hot, we drop it like it's hot, okay? Now, if there's when that audio shifts, it's very important to go ahead and update that, right? You want to stay on top of your content. So don't think that you always have to change on the ad all of the creative you did. Because remember, these are video ads, right? And this is the largest social short-form video platform in the world. And when you're on there, sometimes just making an ad perform a little bit better is just changing the audio. It's that simple. Yeah.
Has anyone in the audience seen the commercial music library? Any hands? Not that many. Check it out because that's what Drake's mentioning is the trending sounds that are happening. You can always find that in the commercial music library. And there's ones that are already approved for brands to use versus others that are more for organic use. So I think that's an important point. So creative, like we've mentioned, is a huge, huge element of success on the platform. And we together have tools that you can use to be successful. So Drake, we're so excited to see all the success you've had thus far because I'll just say it here, but TikTok hasn't even built yet for auto, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, but I want to make sure the audience hears about ROI. Yes. So let's talk about that.
All right, so this is an interesting item. You'll see on the slide here, this is just comparing TikTok performance to Facebook performance in there. And we're not saying, don't do a certain platform. What we are saying is that you need to add TikTok. We really believe in that, and we have the data that proves that TikTok's and I just want to put the record, I don't work for TikTok, just so everybody knows. I work for car dealers, okay? So the only thing I'm interested in is ROI for our dealers. If it doesn't make you money, if it doesn't bring you the money, we're not going to do it, right? So that's why we recommend it. And I can tell you, I can remember, because I'm a little bit aged now, trying to convince dealers they needed to advertise on these things that they thought was a fad called websites. It was crazy. Then this thing called Google came around, and God forbid they'd pay 25 cents for a click, but now they'll pay $4, $5, $6. Then this thing called Facebook came around. That was just a bunch of kids. We don't want to advertise on Facebook. It's all kids. Well, now it's all the old people, right? don't make the same mistake with TikTok, because you'll look at the metrics here in TikTok. It's, first of all, the cost per click is cheaper. You reach the people at a third of the cost that Facebook costs, so TikTok is much more economical. The video views, you get far more. I mean, you're getting over twice as many video views on in there, and that's the really neat thing. And a lot of you spend money on TV, and a lot of you spend money on video. I'm not knocking that. What I'm saying is that the main reason you probably do that is because video allows you to create what? An emotional connection. Allows you to put everything there. See it, touch it, feel it, right? Think about that way with TikTok. Don't think about so much as a social platform. Think about more of just another distribution place you're putting your videos, okay? So yeah, economically, rock star level on TikTok.
Love to see it. So I mentioned this a little bit, but we're so excited about the success that you've seen thus far, and also just sharing a few highlights recently in the past few months from the news cycle. But we haven't even started to build yet for auto specifically when it comes to TikTok products. So 2024 for us is the year of building more customized products for this vertical. So get excited about that. We are really excited to have Drake and his team as one of our alpha partners for what we're calling our auto inventory ads products that's launching this quarter. So you'll continue to see our team iterate on that over the coming quarters, but I want you to talk a little bit more about that and elaborate on what a game changer that is for Tier 3 for you.
Yeah, this is going to be a big game changer for the whole industry, especially for Tier 3. So we started playing around with automotive inventory ads, a version that wasn't officially through TikTok. It was a way that, for lack of a better word, we figured a workaround around it. And when we started running that in there, number one, we saw a 32% increase in impressions, okay? Then from that, we saw a 34% increase in actual clicks on the ad to the website. Now, here's the part where y'all need to put your seatbelt on when I tell you this. So, because a lot of us in here, when we look at advertising, and we look at a lot of times what is happening on my virtual dealership from the ads, meaning my website, right? We saw a 87% improvement on non-bounce sessions. So what does that mean? It means not only are we getting more people, but they're more sticky. And they're sticky from the automotive inventory ads. So here's a cool thing for all the dealerships out here. Instead of having to rethink, how do I do this? It's another platform I got to do creative on. I got to do this and this and make it really burdensome. When you integrate in the automotive inventory ads, and what I'm really excited about with you guys doing endemically, natively on in there, it's going to be so much smarter. Creates more opportunities to send data back to TikTok to more effectively target my customers and the types of people that are engaging with my ads and so on. So the inventory ads, which is completely opposite of what a consumer thinks, or probably most of us think in here of what a TikToker is or a TikTok ad, people want this. The consumers are saying, I want to see your inventory. I want to see your products. I want to see your dealership. And yes, you guys still put a cool little video that accompanies it. But this is going to be game changing for everybody.
Yeah, I love that. Can I just see a quick show of hands? Who's bought something from TikTok? Okay, a lot of hands. So TikTok already is endemic to categories such as beauty, apparel, right? Like you're buying clothing, you're buying health products, you're buying beauty. But like Drake's saying, for automotive, you've been having to hack that product on the back end with video shopping ads. So we are here to produce something more custom for auto. This is what I'm calling the year of auto on TikTok 2024. So more to come from us in that space.
And your last name is Driver. So.
I'm here to drive things forward. So one last just kind of softball question for you, Drake. For anyone in the room who's struggling to kind of get started on the platform, what would be your recommendation to them?
Yeah, I think just a few things. Number one, get on it. Don't let it be a barrier. TikTok is should not be a barrier for you. It's an opportunity to get your dealership, whether it's institutional advertising, VIN-specific advertising, events,
recruitment.
Yeah, recruitment, charities that you're participating in. Think about TikTok really transcends all of those aspects on in there. If you don't have a TikTok page created for your dealership, please create one. Feel free to see Turnkey Marketing. I mean, we're right behind those doors at 3329. We'll have our team create one for you. Like literally in a year or two from now, or down the road, I imagine near future, I'm sure TikTok's going to put in page verification. You don't want to have to go through that nightmare. The other thing I just put on in there too is try to create a TikTok champion at your dealership. That's one thing I've seen really successful at stores, when you designate a TikTok champion and you create a plan for them, okay? We can give you guys a free plan if you'd like. We have a whole thing for it. Feel free to pick it up. You don't even have to talk to anybody. Just grab it and go. But designate a TikTok champion, okay? Someone who's going to be taking videos at your dealership. And again, think service drives. A really fun, creative one that I saw recently, got a lot of action. This is really cool. Is a service manager on his own was really smart thinking, how do I go and drive more fixed operations business? I want more fixed ops business in here. So when a customer brings in a vehicle, he does this cool little skit where he says, what are they listening to? And all he does is he walks out to the car, hops in, turns it on, and sees whatever the station is that was on that the customer's listening to. And it's crazy because all these people throwing, comments and this and that in there of what they think the person should have been listening to or whatever. But it's really interesting stuff. So yeah, just get in there.
Well, I think the music element goes nicely with TikTok too, right? Of the sound of that. So it's a really interesting trend. So, well, Drake, thank you so much for your time. I think that's all we have today. We're not doing open Q&A, but the TikTok team is in the back, and Drake and I will be here for any questions that you have afterwards. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
My name is Colin Morikawa.
Billy Horschel.
Alban Valenzuela.
Sahith Thigala.
As Zurich Golf Ambassadors, we put the focus on achieving a better tomorrow,
both on and off the course.
That's why we're proud to work with Zurich, a global insurer aspiring to be
one of the most responsible and impactful businesses in the world. Together with Zurich,
we're always building
towards a brighter future.
All right. We're going to continue to have fun in the NADA live stage. We're excited to have everyone here, excited to have you hanging out. Hopefully you are comfortable. Hopefully all of the information that has been shared today, you have truly found the value in it. And don't forget, while you're here, make sure that you download the app, take as much information back with you as you can, connect with new people, learn and grow. Those are the pillars of NADA, and we want to make sure that we live those throughout the weekend. Next up, we're going to talk about 2 compliance issues that every dealer needs to know, wants to know, and is going to be imperative for them to know. And to help me do that, I'm going to actually bring up my bearded brother. We had some good times last year. We're going to keep that going this year. Shannon Robertson. Are you ready, Shannon?
Ready, let's go.
All right, perfect. The stage is yours,
Yes, sir.
but I won't be
Appreciate
far
it.
behind.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, everybody. I want to talk about 2 compliance policies that are very important to dealers and their organizations. But before I get into those policies, I want to kind of talk about why we have to have policies. Why do we have to be proactive instead of reactive in our industry? And if we look at what dealers are fined or what dealers are looked for in an audit, that's kind of my focus. Let's look at enforcement actions. Let's look at what dealers have been fined for doing, and how do we protect our organization and be proactive so that doesn't happen to us. So we're going to look at enforcement action in 2 ways. One, the FTC can enforce a fine for not following a rule, $51,000 and change. 2, they can fine you for what's known as an unfair and deceptive act or practice, otherwise known as UDAP. And just know states have UDAP rules as well. And if we look at things dealers have been fined for, I think one of the things dealers get caught up with is when they're asked to defend their actions. Why did you price it this way? Why did somebody else pay a different price? What's your policy on pricing of products or your markup rate? And when you don't have a preset policy in place, you're now subject to the government's perception of what you're doing, right? Governments are looking for disparity, right? They're looking to make sure similarly situated customers are treated the same way. And if you don't have a policy to defend how you price your products, then you can't defend the government perception. So what the policies provide to you is reality of what your store is doing. And the first policy we want to talk about is the voluntary protection policy that's provided by NADA. Now, just as a quick disclaimer, the vehicle shopping rule has been announced. We have a delayed date. If the shopping rule goes into effect, it does dramatically impact some of the implementation steps of this VPP policy. So we're going to talk about the VPP policy as it is today, because we're not quite sure what are all the vehicle shopping rules. So what the VPP policy says is a dealer has to have a written policy surrounding the selling and pricing of their aftermarket products. And there are 7 steps that you need to follow to be able to meet the requirements, right? The first thing you have to have is signs in your store that says the products we offer are voluntary. You have to post signs. Second thing you have to do is legal counsel has to write a policy around the pricing of your products. You need to look at each of the products that you offer. You need to determine what the value of that product is, and you need to determine what the set price is for that product. It needs to be written in the policies. You need to make sure that that's enforced from an advertising standpoint. You need to go through your menu, lock in your menu, and make sure everything is locked in that menu. Now, there are reasons where you can downward deviate, but you need to have a cap or a ceiling to that product. You then have to make sure everybody's been trained. Finance managers, desking managers, general managers, finance directors. Training has to be documented across the board. The other thing the policy requires you to have is a cancellation policy, right? You have to train finance managers on how to handle customer cancellations. Our joke is, what's the #1 callback at a dealership that never happens, right? It's the voicemail of, I want to cancel my products, right? And if it's a callback, sometimes they delay those callbacks, right? The FTC sees that as an issue. We need to have a policy on how we handle those cancellations in the timely manner in which we respond. And then the last thing that the policy requires you to have, which actually works into my second policy, is you need to have a customer complaint management system. We looked at a couple dealers that had been fined, and one of the things that was named in the enforcement action was they were not addressing consumer complaints. So you have to have a written policy to document and record your consumer complaints. So let's talk about consumer complaints for a minute and why that's so important. If we go back and we look at government enforcement action, what drives those enforcement actions are what we call unresolved complaints at the dealership level. Customers are unsatisfied, they go to the dealership, they try to seek a resolution. When there's not a resolution provided or their complaints are not acknowledged, it drives those consumers to then go to an outside source to try to air their complaint. They go online and they do research. Where do I file a complaint? How do I turn in this dealer? And that's where they learn about state attorney generals and the FTC. So if we want to eliminate being on the radar for those government agencies, we have to have that complaint management system at our store to make sure that complaint never gets outside. One of the things the CARS rule is going to require you to do is track complaints. So that's why, as part of that VPP policy, you have to have that complaint management system. Once you have all that done and implemented, obviously now you have to follow the policy. You have to audit to the policy to make sure there are only downward deviating for the appropriate reasons. Now, as we train and teach on these policies, we get some common areas of feedback or questions from the dealer. And one of the most common questions we get is, could our price could we just say our highest price for Gap is whatever the bank offers, right? And the answer to that is no. You need to have a preset price set within your store, right? You don't want to be asked by an auditor, how do you choose which customers go to which bank, right? Because if you're doing it by highest Gap prices, you'll never win that battle. So you need to make sure you have that policy set within your store. The advantage of the policy, because we've implemented this policy into dealerships, here's what we have seen from the advantage of this policy. One, we don't see dealers lose any profit, right? There's not a change in how much product they're selling in terms of profit. The biggest impact is we see an increase in the average number of products sold per customer, right? Because you're trying to meet back-end allowance as you set those products, and your prices are set. So I'm trying to determine how many of products of value can I sell to meet what that bank allows. So my average number of products go up. As my average number of products go up, several things happen. Your chargebacks go down, right? The more products that I can sell that have value, the less likely I am to see chargebacks from those customers as opposed to one product that I've dramatically increased the price on. The other thing it does, because you've capped those products, is they're focused on the value. Finance managers have to be trained how to sell the value of those products. They have to know those products, and they have to push to those values because that's the focus of the policy.
All right, so as you know, Shannon, let's take a seat.
Yeah.
I have more questions, because I always have more questions, right? Because that's the fun part about this. So first off, your beard looks phenomenal.
Thank you. Right back at you.
Great job. You're doing wonderful. Whatever you're doing, keep it up. So let's talk about the questions that are important, because one of the things you mentioned was the non-voluntary or the voluntary policy that needs to be in place, right? So I have to, as a dealer, say, hey, I know I've upfitted this vehicle, but if you don't want these things on there, you don't have to take it that way.
You're correct.
So let's talk about best practices that, as a dealer, you can see that I need to maybe incorporate, or things I need to think about, because, of course, one of the things that helps me sell the vehicle is the fact that I can upfit it and make it appeasing to my marketplace.
You're correct.
So how do I then have that trade-off?
So keep in mind, we're talking about two different types of products. We have hard add products that I put on the vehicle and I add to an addendum, like hard products that are on there. If the customer wants to buy the vehicle, they're on the addendum. These are hard adds, right?
Yes.
Window tint, those type of things. Mm-hmm. The secondary one are those voluntary products, right? The ones they don't have to have, they're not required to purchase to be able to have the vehicle or to have a financing contract.
Yes.
So you have to have a clear separation in that conversation. These are on the vehicle, these are hard adds. Now we want to get into what we consider voluntary products. right? These are products that are not required, but this is where that training comes into play, right? They are not required, but this is the value of those products. And a lot of the times it's good to have numbers, right? Run the numbers at your store. 80% of our customers that buy cars that maybe carry over some negative equity buy Gap. Let me explain to you what the advantage of Gap is, right? Percentage of our customers that tend to have longer term financing contracts tend to look into a vehicle service contract. Let's look at that advantage of the vehicle service contract. So I think what the policy does is it forces you to focus on the selling of the value, so the customer sees the advantage of those products.
I think that's a great position to take, because you're absolutely right. What it does is it gives you that paradigm shift where now I'm not trying to sell you something per se, I'm educating you on the value of something that we can offer you. Because some people, what happens, especially when you talk about things like Gap or Road Hazard or all the other list of products that can fall under that umbrella, is that there is a common either anxiety or bad taste from previous experience. Correct. Or someone else, it's a third party story, well, so-and-so had, and then they don't really have the proper information. So if we do have something that's kind of like you mentioned, post it clear on the wall or wherever we put it in our dealership, now I can reference that and say it's something right here that we stand behind and it's part of our dealer culture.
100%. And the key point is voluntary, right? Yes. Is that we have to sell the value. If the CARS rule or shopping rule does pass, one of the things you have to do in the shopping rule is document the value of that product to the customer, right? So that's one of the things the government's pushing for, because that's one of the complaints that they're receiving, right?
Right.
Dealers are forced, they're being told that this is something that I have to have, which you cannot state, but they're not focusing on the value of those products. It leaves a bad taste in the customer's mouth. When I come buy my second vehicle, why would I buy that again? I didn't really understand it the first time, and I never really used it because I didn't know it.
Absolutely. And I think really, to your point, the thing that we have to get comfortable with from the dealer aspect is just making it part of the process. For example, a lot of people here maybe have came and rented a car, right? You rent a car at the car rental place, they're going to ask you, do you want the insurance every time? It's just part of what the service is, and you expect it because you understand it. If I take the insurance, this, or if I don't take the insurance, here's what it is. And then they're going to ask that follow-up question, well, will your insurance cover in the event of accident, loss, et cetera? So making it part of the everyday culture and conversation is going to make those policies much more comfortable.
It is, and the thing I like with training is I think sometimes we get focused on, to your point, the selling aspect.
Yes.
And I think there's a difference between being a salesman, being just an expert, or being a master of your trade. Right, and somebody who's a master of their trade from a finance office, they understand how to match the value to each customer.
Right.
Right, and they're able to look at each customer before they come in, look at their trade-in, look at previous behaviors, previous history, and they're able to help determine what's the value that this customer is going to see. And I think of everything we talk about, obviously training's the key to it, but it's knowing the contracts and reading the contracts. So as we teach education classes throughout the country, one of the questions we ask finance managers is, how many of you have actually read a retail contract? How many of you actually know your vehicle service or your Gap contracts, right? Are you just repeating a word track that you've been told, or do you know the contract? And I call it selling scared a little bit. If I don't know my contracts, I'm going to sell scared. I'm just going to repeat a word track, and I sure hope they don't ask me any questions as a follow-up. But if I've read my contract and I know them, then I'm confident to get into those conversations where I can truly sell the value of it and not just do my pitch and hopefully they buy it, and I hope they don't ask clarifying questions.
Yeah, and I think what it also is going to force you to do, even from an F&I standpoint, is really you can take that advantage and get to know the customer even better. One of the things you mentioned is knowing not only A, your market, but even B, that customer, looking at the trade-in. But you can even take that a step further, and maybe if that customer has gotten service at your dealership, look at the service history.
Absolutely.
And be able to say, well, the last vehicle you bought from us, you spent X amount of dollars in our service center. Here's how this can offset you. And now you've put yourself in a value add position versus, like you said, that selling scared position.
And that's the master of their trade right there. Somebody who takes that time, that makes them a master of their trade.
Makes a big difference. So let's talk more about the cancellation policy but more importantly, the urgency that comes along with it, right? Because one of the things that you mentioned the spotlight is on is you've gotten this email or this phone call and you can't just bury it and put it away. Now you have to respond in a timely manner. What do you recommend, or do you have a recommended time period that dealers should shoot for to make that part of the culture and policy?
So I don't have a specific time frame, but the time frame I focus on has to do with what we see from customer behaviors. We've seen kind of in our reporting and the research we've done that the longer you wait to address that customer cancellation, the less chance you have to try to save it.
Absolutely.
Right? If a customer leaves me a voicemail because they bought a car yesterday, they got home, they realized I bought a couple products, I don't think I want them, I want to cancel it. If you immediately call that customer back and address it, hey, I got your voicemail, you seem concerned, I obviously would have never provided a product that didn't have a value, let's talk about it. You can have a really good conversation there.
Yes.
If I'm calling a customer back after second, third, fourth voicemail, 24 hours later, there's no conversation. All they want to know from you is, how do I cancel this product?
Absolutely. Because they've already made up their mind. But to your point, and even like you talked about being a master of your craft, a lot of us in the industry know that buyer remorse is a thing.
It is.
Right? No matter whether it be the full purchase, part of the purchase, part of an add-on, a little bit, whatever it might be, it exists.
It does.
And so having that awareness to be able to say, like you said, and I think one of the things that I used to do is bad news first. Whatever it is, I'm going to deal with that first, get that off my desk so I don't have to worry about it, and then the rest of my day can kind of follow from there. So knowing that there isn't a set policy, how then do I then take these two policies that are important, and where am I putting these in the dealership overall so that everyone can see, be aware, and know them clearly?
So what's required is you have to have a written program policy signed off by legal, and you have to document that you've been trained on it. So as part of a new hire orientation, promotion to finance, as you go through that, you have to document that's part of your training requirements, right? As we get into the vehicle shopping rule, we get into the record keeping requirements, you have to document the training. You have to prove that their policies the employees have been trained on.
Absolutely.
So it has to be in writing, it has to be documented. I want to jump back earlier on the cancellation.
Yes.
There's a finance manager that we've worked with down in Florida, and he does something that I think was very bold, but I thought was a great business practice. And I don't teach it as something everybody should do. But what he does is he sends like a little bit of video to all of his customers at the end of the day. Thanks them for their business, reviews what they bought, gives a quick overview of the products, and talks about the value of those products. And he says it's more so just sort of a appreciation. Here's, if you have any questions, call me.
Right.
Here's my information. He has the lowest chargebacks in his entire organization.
Yes.
Because I think of what he goes that extra mile on to make sure the customer's clear on what they bought, why they bought it. So if they wake up in the morning with some type of remorse, he's nipped that in the bud.
Absolutely.
He's preventing the objection from happening.
Yeah, and just reinforce the value, right? Because when you have, like you mentioned, when you have the policies in place, you have made it now part of your culture as a dealership, or you've adopted it as part of just the everyday culture, reinforcing that only helps the customer feel more comfortable at the end of the day.
Agreed.
You know?
And you got to be good at what you do.
Yes.
Like if finance managers struggle or don't have the skill set, they don't have the confidence to send that video.
That makes sense. So let me ask you this about the training itself. How do I, as a dealer, if I do know, like, okay, I want to get ahead of this, I want to have these two policies in place, but I'm just really, I don't know the exact training or where I need to go, how I need to put it together, things of that nature. What resources are there to help me in that vein?
Excellent. Obviously, I wouldn't talk about something if I wasn't doing it myself, right? So obviously, AFIP offers assistance with dealers on writing policies and procedures. You can go to the NADA website and you can download the voluntary protection product policy. There's guidance there. But in terms of implementation, that's one of the things that AFIP does, the company we run does, is we really focus on the implementation of those policies and procedures, all the way from writing them, all the way down to actually getting the training completed.
Nice. And with doing that and going through kind of that full process from creating to implementation, are there some common things that you're seeing that are happening between that state where we say, hey, we're going to adopt these, we're going to implement them? Are there some common things that you're seeing that behavior-wise or pushback or anything else that you're seeing that's a commonality?
I mean, there are some commonalities there. I think a lot of what we run into is just resistance, that this isn't how I did it before. So a lot of what we just fight are the people resistance to change. But as you know, with anything, if you're willing to attempt or try what's being changed, right, and see if it works, then you can kind of form your opinion on it. And those that are willing to go through the process, implement the changes, and adopt it and see that it does positively impact them. I mean, at the end of the day, we're all bonus driven, right? We want to max out our bonuses.
Yes.
Right. So if the policy helps to increase your value of what you're offering customers, which increase your product sales, then that benefits you in the long run.
Absolutely. And have you, with the research, because I know you're very heavily research-based in getting the data and information, are we far enough along to where you've had the opportunity to see the impact, the positive impact of having these policies in place? Like whether it be, like you mentioned, the low chargebacks or things of that nature. Have you had a chance to kind of do that research versus those that have maybe early adopters or started doing it versus not?
So the impact that we see is the fact that they increase the number of products per customer, and it does reduce chargebacks. I don't get into percentages because there's a lot. I mean, when you get into product pricing and variations, right, manufacturers, used, independent, franchise, we got a lot of different variables.
Okay.
But the advantages we see are consistent across the board.
Yeah, so, and what I hear by that is it doesn't matter the brand, make, model, product, it's really about the consistency, the communication, the clarity, and really just having the information presented properly to where it's part of the culture.
It does, and let's talk about the other side of it. I mean, there was a dealer that was audited on the East Coast for discrepancy on pricing with products.
Okay.
The dealer was able to prove to the state that they did follow the VPP policy, they had the training, they only downward deviated for the appropriate reason, and the dealer was given safe harbor protection from the state for the deviation or variation, and they were not fined for it.
Wow.
So we do have documented proof that it does provide you that protection if you're going through an audit, if you've adhered to the policy. So the policy does work from a I'd say proactive versus reactive from a government standpoint.
Absolutely. Since it's almost Super Bowl, you have to be offense-minded.
There you go.
Defense-minded sometimes doesn't always work in this situation.
You're correct.
You know, you want to definitely be proactive, like you've mentioned several times, because you find yourself, like you said, if you're not prepared or you don't have the policy in place and you get questioned, now you're fumbling trying to put things together that you really don't have.
You don't. It's government perception at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, all policies do is prove reality.
Wow, that's nice. So before we get out of here, it's almost the 2-minute warning. Anything other that you want to instill? Where can they find you? Where can they get more information? Tell them a little bit about that before we wrap up.
So obviously AFIP.com website, you can reach out if you want more information. We have a contact us. My contact information I think is available through here as well. We're at the show. We're in booth 7353 on the north side. If you want to reach out, we can work with you on the implementation of the VPP. We actually have a complaint management software system. So if a dealer wants to manage complaints and needs the help and wants to be able to track it and show documentation, we have an entire software program that's a start to finish program for it.
That's great. Work smarter, not harder, right?
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure
Appreciate
as
it.
always.
Nice to see you.
And I'll see you next year.
Absolutely. We'll have fun.
We'll probably have both a little bit more
grow 'em out a
grace.
little bit
Yeah,
more. I gotcha.
absolutely.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we did it. Successful in day 2. I want to thank each and every one of you for hanging out with us here at the NADA live stage and virtually. And we want to make sure that you're right back here tomorrow. We're going to rearrange the furniture, clean up a little bit, and get prepared for another fantastic day. So make it back to wherever you're going safely and get ready for another fantastic day tomorrow. We'll see you then.